What is up? We are back with another recording session for the KH2 Vanilla experience. Starting with 2FM PS2, Day 2. We are Sora moding now. Let's go. Wow. Bro, trust the process when the process is a college thesis. Okay, I should actually show off the, all the documentation, notes, rough draft, final draft of the KH1 video, because it genuinely did feel like making a fucking dissertation of sorts. It really did feel like I was pushing into those extremes a little bit. It was a lot. It was the most arduous video I've ever made to this day. But now that I've done it, I can replicate the process with this. This is a vanilla version of 2FM before HD. Yes, this is what HD is based on. And also what, you know, speedrunners and all that, played. And all that. PS2. I'm on a PS3, but it's a A model backwards compat, so it's the one that has literal PS2 components inside of it, so it's, as far as I know, 100% accurate. There might be some marginal things here and there. Blue sky, blue sky. I am sick and tired. Link Legend with the 2 months, thank you. Shout out to everybody that was here for the post KH2 green mode gaming. We might do a bit more of that tonight too. Let me set my lights a little down there, a little overpowering. There we go. I had to make sure they're all synced. Fiending for Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock. True. I got 64% on Fire in the Flames earlier. That's my one of my side projects, is to be able to pass that song. That song doesn't have a lot of fucked up chord switches, I will say. It's just a lot of rapid bullshit, more than anything, which, like, I'm better at than easy chord switching in normal songs, you know?
Okay, let's go.
Peak cinematography inbound, by the way.
Bye.
Hey, Sora? You sure we haven't met before?
Positive. Why do you ask?
I posited.
I don't know.
There we go, I forgot that the reason I usually go down like this on this scene is to, not cover up the flare that I put on the wall.
Okay? Yeah.
You're sliding down?
Don't know where it came from.
I'm sinking.
Pull it together.
There we go. That's usually what I do.
Right. See ya.
More or less. It's actually not low enough. I actually raise myself so I'm not fully low. I'll just be in line with the bottom of the CRT. Yeah, that's better. Better on the eye, the ear. This shot right here, I think, is an all-timer. Like, put that in, like, grayscale, slow it down. You got yourself a 2014 Tumblr GIF right there. Those who know.
You know?
There we go. Like how Donald walks in as soon as Sora starts talking here.
We'll be back.
Yeah, we can visit Hayner and those guys again.
Those guys again. The mysterious tower mysteriously not being in 3 despite being in trailers, and just like fighting outside of it. That's one of the things that I think... Oh yeah. New, this is a silent cutscene. Yeah, once I beat this, I'll go back into the theater mode with the recom save data so that it's dubbed over in Japanese. Yeah, this is how these were. One of the two ways that these appear, actually, on PS2. If you have extra clear data from recom, then these are dubbed in Japanese instead of being silent. Yeah, these are cutscenes. All these cutscenes that are silent are, like, on 2.5, you know, modern version, were dubbed over in 2013. 2014? Yeah, 2014. So when you play your copy of Kingdom Hearts 2.5 of any version, that's 2.5 at least, and you get to cutscenes like this, they were dubbed like 8-9 years after the original release, and it can be really hard to tell, but they're like more so than the like quality of the performance of the voice actors blending back into their roles from like that many years ago. You can hear it a little bit on the microphone, because, like, here's an example of, like, I guess what I've noticed. I'm not sure if this comparison holds up, but say, like, okay, the distance of the microphone right here, right, that I'm at. Original KH2 voice lines sound like this. The new ones in 2.5 sound a little bit like this, in terms of, like, closer intensity, a bit flatter in the mix, bassier, not necessarily worse, just different, you know? That's like I'm not sure if that even sounded right, but, you know, those cutscenes are so shit. From the perspective of, like, if they break the pace or fuck with the mystery, yeah, I've heard people say that, and I will talk about that in my video. Let me write that down in my notes. Sid name backward. They ruined the train scene. I guess it does get in between, and it kind of fucks up the flow, maybe, of like getting from point A to point B. But that was what my point was going to be when I was about to talk shit about KH3. The fact that KH3 doesn't have you physically, like, traverse spaces like this to get from point A to point B, I think is the biggest flaw of that game, or one of the, not the biggest, one of, like, the sleeper flaws of that game that people don't really talk enough about, because that really robs that game of its feeling of, like, an adventure and a JRPG, when it just auto-transits you, and cutscenes, like, fling you back and forth between worlds as Sora, you know? That's what I think is something that's very much missing in that game that people don't talk enough about. I'm getting all the chests as I go because I'm still rando-brained, you know, might as well. It's gonna be a Gold Crown playthrough. Also, how's the volume? Is it loud? It's fine for it to be a little on the louder side, but it's just as long as you can hear me. Yo!
Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for 1 year of Twitch Primes, and thank you, Mitch McConnell, for a great day on Twitter.
Great week, Mike. Yo, Boo Boo Moo! For the year! Thank you very much. The GOAT. Oh yeah, and thank you, Legal Legendary, thank you. Soundwave Hurts, with also the year. Thank you very much. Synonymous with the bits, Baker with the bits. That's alright. Alright, thank you, everyone.
Once he's a heartless, he'll do as I say. That's right. They're those things that come out of the darkness in folks' hearts. Why, with all those heartless at her side, my dear friend Maleficent is gonna conquer everything.
That's the biggest flaw of KH2 is that it doesn't have a New Game Plus, and or it gatekeeps too much of the fun shit behind too late into the game to appreciate it, you know? Like the Ultimate Weapon Dilemma, if I were to name it anything. You know? The game has too many Ultimate Weapons in its balance, and there's only one set of fights that, I guess if you consider all of the Cavern of Remembrance fights, like, those are the only ones that you really get to have a lot of fun with, data mob fights. Everybody's 2 boss fight, pilled, and same thing in the the Dark Souls, Elden Ring world of things. They think too much about the boss fights rather than cool, difficult, memorable enemy grouping encounters.
No. All the worlds are gonna belong to yours truly.
Days also has a very similar problem. It's extremely backloaded in terms of like the fun setups you can get, and like it's more than backloaded. It's mission mode loaded. So much of the good shit you can get in that game is in mission mode, and you're not getting that. You know,
Sorry, but Maleficent
you are not
can't
getting
help
that. You don't want to
now.
get that
What do you mean?
shit.
You. So you're the ones that did it.
Well, we might have had something to do with it.
The thumbnail.
Heartless Squad, round up!
Kingsfield and the CRT. Kingsfield fucking sucks. You know that? I think it's a cool game aesthetically, but it's the #1, like... There are two types of Kingsfield fans. There are Kingsfield fans that use it as like, oh, the graphics are so cool, look at this video of like walking down the hallway at 17 FPS, right? And then there are people that are just like, too autistic about like, oh, they did this before Dark Souls and Demon Souls. More so than actually appreciating the game. Or somehow autistic enough to like, be able to take that premise and actually enjoy that garbage.
You just wait. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, messes with the mighty Pete.
And I only call it garbage because of how
So,
everybody's
Mighty Pete,
eager to compare it to Dark
who
Souls
lives
and
in
be
this
like, oh, it's
tower
like Dark Souls
anyway?
before Dark Souls. And it's like, no, it might be good on its own, but when you compare it to Dark Souls, you're
Oh, you don't
fighting a
know,
losing battle.
Well, it's old
The aesthetics of it are
Sid.
great, though. I will
Of
not
course,
lie.
He's probably a heartless
Dungeon
by
crawlers in
now.
general are sick.
Master Jensen is here.
Yen Sid is the king's teacher.
Wow, sounds powerful.
Souls is barely dungeon crawler. Maybe Dark Souls 3 and onward is. Maybe even Dark Souls 2 as well. But Dark Souls 1, and Demon Souls especially, is solid dungeon crawlery, you know? Night Rain better than Elden Ring? I agree. I actually do agree. Thoughts on Smallville? It's pretty fun to watch. Watching Smallville every now and then when I'm in VC with you guys, while also like playing a bunch of Guitar Hero recently, so many like 2008, 2009 neurons have been firing recently. It's been pretty nice. In 2007. Hawk died, you missed it? That's funny. Sorry, I'm just constantly neurotically realigning everything as I do. There we go. Okay. I remember doing my first proper playthrough of KH2 when I was 13, and getting to, like, you know, getting past Roxas and playing as Sora, and immediately feeling, like, just absolute childlike joy at how Sora felt to just do combos with in this very basic state compared to Roxas, you know? But just playing this game again and hearing Donald and Goopy say all their shit, they're turned off right now just so I can, you know, not have them constantly hitting the enemies, but, you know. I very specifically remember doing the Station Nobodies fight and just, like, a smile on my face the whole time. Oh yeah, I got my PS3 controller hooked up now instead of the PS2 controller that kept cutting out. So, wireless Andy feels nice. I remember when, forget who had who, but, Bubbled and Corbin had Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne and Shin Megami Tensei V, like, at the same time. That was a fun time. I think it was Coupled that had Nocturne? Yeah, Coupled was Nocturne. He had V. I haven't played this game properly. I watched a rando stream of yours, and it's the only way I've experienced KH2. Holy shit, whoa, this is a rare opportunity. A non-Kingdom Hearts YouTube frog? That's based. I'm curious, if you don't play KH, assuming that applies to all of them, what do you watch me for? SMT? Or other Kingdom Hearts games that aren't this one? If you hit these guys 3 times, they always do this. Oh, not that. There we go. SMT based. This is the first time I've ever streamed any Kingdom Hearts game with cutscenes. Let alone this one.
Well, it's a good thing we're on the job then.
So, the worlds aren't at peace after all?
Nocturne 4A Slugger's VODs are some of my favorite content you ever made. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Soul Hacker and 4A playthroughs were the first times I ever played an SMT game for the first time on stream. And that 4A playthrough was very memorable as a result of that. Same with Soul Hackers, obviously. I just remember when I was playing through Soul Hackers the first time, like, mid-playthrough, like, I'm progressively making the texture pack. I had a really fuck-ass layout, like a crazy method of like wanting to capture that game. Like I was streaming in 15:9 resolution and I had like a green screen overlay so that the bottom screen could be like pasted over the top. It was really interesting to do that. It kind of worked, but also eventually I just made like a Citra dual screen layout. That was the first 3DS game I ever streamed. I forgot that I played that before SMT4 on stream. I'll see you play and finish and have to dig in at some point. I wonder which one will be next. Maybe a replay of 5 Vengeance.
Then, have you seen the king
I'd rather replay that than Nocturne for like the 5th time. Because I only played Vengeance once.
yet? Yes.
And
King
Vanilla
has
twice.
been quite busy of late.
But it'd be cool to do a law route
It would
playthrough of
seem
Vengeance
that
and
the
do more of the
task
post game that I did last time.
instructing you three falls upon my shoulders. You have a
That's probably what'll be
perilous
next in the
journey
SMT
ahead
realm
of
is
you.
another Vengeance run.
You must be
100%.
well prepared.
You mean, we have to
Zero
go on
chance
another
of bin.
quest?
Getting binned.
I was looking forward
0%.
to finding my friend Riku, so we could go back to the islands.
Yes, I know.
Masacados.
However,
Masacados,
everything in
you
your
have to
journey,
do a
Sora,
playthrough
is
of Vanilla.
connected.
But that wouldn't be hard to
Whether
do
you
if
will
you do
find
New
your
Game
way
Plus and
home
carry
to the
everything over, just
islands,
beat the game in 4 hours.
Whether you will
Unironically.
return alone or with your
That'd be fun.
friend.
I just want to make a
Whether
like
or
a
not
balance
the
patch.
islands
More
will
a balance
still
patch
be
that's more of
there.
just like a set of restrictions built into the game.
And the
and maybe
key
iterate
that
from there.
connects them all is you, Sora.
But I want to do a ailment luck build. Ailment support
key?
luck. Or like Nahobino is always the buff debuffer. He has
Chosen
like
wielder of
Meteorama
the
and shit.
Keyblade.
And his
You
offense
are
is
the
ailments.
key that will open the door to light. This book contains valuable knowledge you will need for your journey. Study it
Carefully.
Once you have finished, we will speak of the enemies you will surely confront.
No Venom Chaser. I was thinking what I would do would be the primary damage output would be what is the name of it? The the Nahobino unique that is dark damage, but instead of having insta-kill chance and weakness, it's a very high poison chance, and double stacking the poison master passives, so that, like, I hit an enemy with dark damage, if they don't, you know, resist or null dark, even if they resist dark, I think they would still get poisoned with high luck. They would get poisoned with the double poison passive boost and do a lot of damage in between turns, and then I could spend those turns just supporting the party. And if they're weak to dark, then it's just like, you know, have a field day on that weakness. You joined Friday? Yes, for D&D.
But wait a sec. How come the Heartless are still running around?
Your past endeavors did prevent an immense effusion of Heartless from the Great Darkness. Make no mistake about that. However, the Heartless are darkness made real, and darkness yet lingers in every heart. The Heartless are fewer, but while darkness exists in a single
How's the CRT
heart,
looking today?
it
I had to
would be
do a lot of
difficult to
thinking on how to get a dual output, because I'm playing off of my... The
Gorge,
thing I was playing off
that
last
must
time,
mean
the Sync
if
Master,
everybody's
so I can sit at my
heart was
desk.
full of light, them Heartless would go
But getting it
away.
split to the CRT was like a huge fucking pain in the ass. And I exploded
Now, it
a
is
converter
time to
in the
speak
process
of the
yesterday.
enemies that
Yeah,
you will
Profaned
encounter.
Land. I always get that mixed up in my head with Ruinous Thunder, but... That'd be like Ruinous Dark or something. I can see the lines though, yeah, that's how a CRT works. It
If
looks kinda
one
dim.
such as you,
I was fucking
Donald,
with the,
yields to the darkness in their heart, they too
It's
will
a balance
become
between like the brightness of the
heartless.
camera and the
But you
white and
know
black
this.
level of the CRT. I have it set to this right now, I'll fuck with it more.
The heartless are always
Seems fine for me,
lurking
though.
and ever seeking to capture new hearts.
It's a
Never let
secondary
your
thing, it's
guard
for you
down.
guys. I'm trying to make my damn video.
Now then,
But I'm glad I was able to at least get something going. It was very dark last stream. Well, yeah, that's because I was playing it off what I was
times,
looking at, but that was a
if
pain in the
someone
ass
with a
because I had to like
strong
not sit in the
heart
way.
and will, be they evil
I got it
or
working now.
good, becomes a heartless. The empty shell they leave behind begins to act with a will of its own. An empty vessel whose heart has been stolen away. A spirit that goes on.
Yeah, you're
even
supposed to
as
be able to
its
see the
body
lines.
fades
The
from
lines are
existence. For you see,
what a CRT has.
nobodies do not truly exist at all. Nobodies may seem to have feelings, but this is a ruse. They only pretend to have hearts. You must not be deceived.
Nobodies. They don't exist.
Now then, the being you see before you is known as a dusk. They are the most common form of nobody. But there are others, some larger.
You get to
some
see the
with
CRT lines
frightening
more or
and
less based on your
unique powers.
resolution.
Be vigilant.
That is a factor. Speaking of which, I'm streaming at 1440p, right?
On your journey, you will meet an alarming number of dusks. They will all attempt to do you harm. Still, they are nothing but empty shells,
What is
destined
this
to
emote?
return to darkness.
Yes?
But
Okay. What did I even ask? I don't remember. Oh yeah, 1440p. What are the other quality options? Are the other ones available too? I changed one of my settings, I'm curious.
the beings you see before you now are different.
They got all the
These
rest of them right at
powerful
1080
nobodies have
for...
formed a group called
I set it to
Organization 13. It
one video
commands the
track in the
lesser
enhanced
nobodies.
broadcasting, so the only one I was rendering was 1440.
Organization 13.
I'm glad that that works, so I'm gonna keep it like that.
While
1440p on
heartless
Twitch
act
seems
on
scuffed compared to
instinct,
YouTube. Oh yeah, I am
nobodies
streaming on
function in a
YouTube at
higher
1440
manner.
as well.
They can think and plan.
Yeah, YouTube just has
and
better
it seems they are working
everything
towards
for
a
infrastructure.
goal. What that goal is, we do not know.
Is the YouTube stream delayed compared to the Twitch one?
king
At 1440p you
sensed
can't
the
have low
danger
latency. That's like the only
and
thing.
journeyed forth to fight it. He found the Dark Realm's Keyblade and with it closed the door. Now he's traveling from world to world, fighting the Heartless as he seeks the answer to the riddle of the Nobodies and Organization 13.
Then I guess we better go find the king first.
I'm so glad that Final Mix is
Well, we won't know till we look.
has English
Yeah. And the king
cutscenes
must know where
and
Riku
voice in general.
because the two of them were together in the realm of darkness.
You can have low
when
with
we closed the
1440,
door.
but ultra low is unavailable. Are
After
you sure?
defeating Ansem.
So, before you go, you will need more suitable
No,
traveling
you can't
clothes.
have any unless that's a option on
Those
your
look
end.
a bit
On my
too
end,
small for you.
it's grayed out at 1440.
Through
It can't be
there,
anything
you'll
but
find
normal
3 good
on YouTube.
fairies. If you ask, they'll create for you appropriate garments.
Pixels dancing around on top of each
Why,
other. That's just the
Sora?
camera.
You sure are growing
That's just
fast.
how it works.
I
That's
guess.
interlacing. So maybe I could, from here, just mess with a setting. That's just interlacing. That's just how it works. Let me see. Let me just alter my camera settings ever so slightly from my end. I'm not gonna worry too much about it though. Whatever brightness I can on here. That thing's still going on, yeah. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, that's just how interlacing works. I went through and I recalibrated a bunch of stuff with my CRT capture, so it's a lot smoother overall. Oh yeah, this is where they're like, oh, read the book? Hell no. Let me get my new outfit. Purple Master Form drip? No, this is vanilla. Vanilla Final Mix PS2.
Me, you guys, Riku, and the king. I don't care who this organization is or what it's planning. With the 5 of us, I mean, 6 of us, there's nothing to worry about.
They didn't
right?
re-sync the lip flaps either on this, did they? Because they definitely didn't even touch the subtitle, like, timing, nor did they make the subtitles match the actual script of what they're saying in English. So, like, if you're Japanese and you know English, those subtitles must be annoying as fuck. I never thought about that.
Well, look who's here, dears. Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
Oh, if you're looking for clothes, you've come to the right place. I'll do the designing.
Just hate subtitles.
Oh, that
Only
will
if I
never
have an
do.
option. I remember when I played KH2 the first time, I turned off the
now,
subtitles, and there were certain
dear.
parts of that game, not even Donald Duck, but other things that, like
Don't you like this better?
when Riku enters the
Hold
darkness, fucking barber shop,
Are
you know, and he's hearing somebody, like, speak
Rude.
through, like, the water or whatever, and it's like, I was sitting there like, oh. Hate subtitles. Yeah.
Would
I like
you
being able to
just
look wherever I want
decide-
instead of having to, like, be like, okay, look down, look up, look in the corner of my eye. No. If I have an
All right,
option.
then.
But if they're, like,
Together now,
forced
dears.
in-game, I've never thought about it.
And no more squabbling.
It depends. Maybe I don't hate them as much as I say I do.
Oh my.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh,
You know, I'd be a good Guitar Hero with that
it
statement.
does look very dashing.
I don't see how it correlates, but I'll agree.
Now those aren't ordinary garments.
They have very special powers. Take the orb, dear. And watch what happens.
Whoa!
Valor form. It's so crazy playing KH2 normally after so many randos and having to be like, okay, I'm gonna pop Valor form just to run around faster. It's so sick though.
Your garments also have other powers. But you'll have to discover what they are as you continue on your journey.
Okay, I'll do my best. And thanks a lot.
Oh, and there's something else for you from Master Yen said.
Oh, I just cracked my middle back like 5 different places. Holy fuck, that felt good. No better exercise than fucking around with computer parts and cables and monitors. Oh my god. My neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. The keyword that you can't unequip until after the next world because it's just locked in this slot. Can't remove. Got my metal, got my double +1 strength. Where are my ethers? Not that I need them, I don't know any fucking whatever, just put them on. One at the bottom for when I do have shit. Who said that? LG Monitor app installer. The update is complete. What the fuck is an LG Monitor app? Whatever. Oh yeah, new, this is a Final Mix little cutscene right here. This event that tells you about the puzzle pieces. This is not in vanilla because there are no puzzle pieces in vanilla. This puzzle piece, did they give it to you as an actual puzzle piece? Does it count as the first one? Let me check, actually, I forgot it. Okay, Jiminy, found one on the ground. Is there one in my ass? Yeah, you actually do get one from that. Forgot about that. Yeah, text box cutscenes stay at 60 FPS, that's normal. It's just when they go from text box to normal cutscenes seamlessly, those are the ones that stay at, those are the, like, actual cutscenes that mistakenly stay at 60. Okay. The ship. The ship.
It's the gummy ship.
Gummy ship fan cam. Has that been made yet?
So you guys ready to go?
Make a big boy, the cube, the square. I should make a fan cam with a donut ship, if anything.
Because of your previous endeavors, the
Better get on it. It would be cool for the gummy ship in this cutscene to also be the donut, like in a mod.
Have disappeared.
How do we get around?
To start off that fan cam, that'd be cool.
Do not fear. If what the king suspected proves true, the worlds have prepared new pathways along which you may travel. These pathways may be utilized by unlocking special gates. How these gates are opened, I'm afraid I do not know. However, the Keyblade will serve as your guide.
Guide.
When a beam of light radiates from the Keyblade, return to the gummy ship. Though the worlds may seem far apart and out of reach, they nonetheless remain connected by invisible ties, as do our hearts.
Our hearts are connected.
That is correct.
Got it.
He just told you that, Sora. You didn't have to reiterate. He's doing the solid snake technique.
As you proceed,
Without a question mark at the end of the
and the
sentence.
nobodies will be using their own paths, corridors of darkness to travel from world to world. They may be attempting to link these dark pathways to the gates between the worlds.
Hey, that's not fair.
Now then, that is all the information I can give to you. Go forth, Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
World's slowest paced codec calls.
Everyone is waiting.
Okay, let's get going.
Master Yensen.
We sure do appreciate the help.
Why do they salute? What do they know about service? What am I saying? Why would he teleport out of his own house? Why does he do that?
My goodness, what's
That's
that?
it's his own house. He's leaving? We're the ones that are leaving, not you. It always has to be about him, huh? Aura? It's his own fucking house. He's got places to be? Because he can? I don't know. What's up, Alan?
Haven't we seen this somewhere before?
You're still in the damn tower? Yep. Welcome to
Yes,
KH2
dear.
with cutscenes.
I wonder whose it was. Oh, Malefic!
No, we mustn't remember her name.
I was that the menu's an illusion, like the fake dust and stuff from earlier.
She was
You know,
a
that
mean
actually
old
could be the
witch.
case. What if, like,
Oh no, the
it was just a
memories are coming back.
data-based projection?
What do we do? Oh,
You know,
what
and he's
do we
actually just in his
do?
goon cave. This is his fucking house. This is his office. He's not even in his office? That's funny.
Goodness me.
He doesn't ever do that again, does he? He just sits here in his chair because that's his fucking office.
Yes,
funny.
that's what we must do. Hurry.
What better things does he have to do? What better things does fucking Yen Sid have to do?
Maleficent!
Yeah, he just leaves, and then his home gets invaded. Instantaneously. Maybe that's why they have him leave, so that this doesn't not make sense. Making magic in Oblivion? True. He's making custom spells.
Howdy, Sora. How you doing?
We have to play an out-of-service mobile game to find out what Maleficent was doing here. And if you dare host servers, custom servers for it, the entire continent of Japan will jump down your throat.
It's your favorite dummy engineers here, ready for duty. Chip and Dale. Happy flying!
It must be weird to hear me not mash through that, where it's like, Chip and happy fly.
That's scary.
A photo and some ice. You think?
Wait, I think it's a world we know.
Did my right trigger not work? There we go. Happy foot. It's cozy. It feels nice to work on this video, but without it feeling like work.
Maleficent! Maleficent! Maybe they really did finish her off. Ooh, this castle sure ain't what I expected. No shine, no nothing. Oh, now what's gonna happen to our plan?
Betwixt in between, yeah, you'll see the Japanese version of the command menu that for some reason is only Japanese. That it is that color. It's just a white, and the only thing that changes color is the command text. Even in 2.5, English and Japanese has that difference. It's really weird. Chopin.
It's Hollow Bastion.
Unless you turn off
Gosh, it
the
looks kind of different
colors on
now.
the fucking OLED disposable screen. Stupid fucking technology. If you're gonna do those, at least bring them to proper e-waste
Uh-oh,
facilities.
Looks like
That's
we're
what I
gonna have
do.
to do some fighting.
Demon summoning program installed? Yo, that should be how they activate personas in Persona 6. Oh man, that'd be funny. What do you think their apparatus is gonna be in that game? For doing that shit. Vape Sona. That'd be so fucking stupid. Phones? Again? No, in 5 it was ripping off their faces or whatever. I'm gonna try getting all the puzzle pieces, like, as early as possible with, like, shenanigan movement. ghost hunting equipment. That would make the most sense relative to what we know about the game. Selfie stick. Oh, like a Dazai in SMT5. Here's a missable cutscene. Or cutscene, quote unquote. Shit flavored ice cream. Yeah, this is before he figures out sea salt. Oh man, Birth by Sleep when in Disney Town when they name the ice cream after whoever on your save file gets to it last, and like if you're playing optimally it's Aqua. They should have had that. They should have named the ice cream, like the flavor that they come up with. It should have been sea salt ice cream instead of whatever the hell bullshit that they make up for it being Aqua on the save file. It should have just always been that scene, no matter which character order you play, and it should have always been sea salt. Like they, like, make the flavor based on Aqua flavored ice cream. Maybe that would have been too weird, actually. Once I thought it was cool that you could read the Japanese menus, but now I see it's just autism. Well, I mean, they've got pictures and a bit of memory, like the I dash means ether, you know? There's a little bit of memory from how many times I've done this. Gwyneth Paltrow flavored ice cream. Goop. Pictures of load barring here. Load barring picture. Barring. Yep. I agree. Play this enough to recite the script despite being Japanese. I've played the game a lot. Have I watched the cutscenes a lot? Hell no, actually. I'm a little fuzzy. Whoa. Are you working on it right now? Vanilla KH2 retrospective. Like KH1, but for 2, because it's got the same triple version release dilemma.
Yuffie!
Look out!
Also, shoutouts to drive forms persisting in cutscenes. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Getting as many hits as I can, get high jump and shit. But I'm not doing the finisher. Except for everyone with it. Oh, I should have let the security system get the kill so I got like the weird room over camera. I'll try and do that when I play vanilla or international.
I see you're still in top form.
What'd you expect? Looks like you're doing okay.
Well, what did you expect?
How are the others?
Great!
Hey, Yuffie, have you seen the king and Riku?
Nope.
Nope.
But I had a feeling I'd see you guys again.
We may never meet again, but we'll never forget each other.
Is that supposed to be Leon?
Dora's impression of Leon falling asleep, KH1 line delivery on that guy.
Everybody's working on stuff over at Merlin's house. Come on.
Oh, they knew who the fucking king is. Have you played Birth by Sleep? Well. No, they know who the king is. Have you played KH1? Donald and Goofy are literally talking like, oh, we're trying to find the king. They tell the Traverse Town trio, like, that's who they're looking for. Sora's looking for his friends. Actually, I think.
Meet the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee.
It has an English dub and no subtitles?
you.
It has Japanese subtitles.
Well, if you ain't in top shape.
Same with
I
KH1
knew
Final Mix and Birth by Sleep. They use
what?
English voices in the final
A while
mix
back,
because
everyone
Disney
suddenly
characters.
remembered you guys, all at the same time.
Japanese, it's like
You
how
remembered?
weeaboos
Wait, does that mean
prefer
you forgot about us?
watching subs.
So
It's the
where
same
have you
thing,
guys
but in
been all
reverse.
this time?
Because
we were
Disney.
sleeping.
Where? In cold storage?
It
Yeah,
doesn't
Westaboos.
matter.
Same deal.
This is great. Everyone's
They have those.
together
They have
again.
Westaboos in Japan for King of the
So,
Hill.
we're
They
trying
like to
find
watch
Riku
King of the
and
Hill
king.
in English
Have you
with
seen him?
Japanese subtitles. It's the same thing in reverse.
Right.
Oh yeah, stoned
Sorry,
Aerith.
but let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Let
okay?
us.
Okay, thanks.
Don't go thanking us just yet.
Hollow Bastion's got a problem. A big problem.
You mean
It's funny
like
that the
nobodies
subtitles on
and
screen
heartless?
are
That's
pulling from
right.
what they say in Japanese instead of
Sounds like you could use our help.
like
Then let's cut to
Japanese
the
translated
chase.
what's actually being said on screen. So knowing English in
Sora,
Japan playing this must be
Donald,
annoying.
Goofy, we were hoping the three of you might give us a hand around here.
Like we're gonna say no?
I forgot who I'm dealing with.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
If I play
Just think of
FF10,
it
it's
as a
gonna
sort
be
of Leon
in a
compliment.
similar setup. It would be PS2 instead of PC. That HD sucks. You all know why. You should all know.
Follow
why.
me to the Bailey. There's something you need to see.
He's lying. I didn't say when I'd play it.
Oh, I thought it was
I said
you.
I would be
Right
interested
on
in playing
time.
FF10 on stream as my first stream to Final Fantasy like 3 years ago. I didn't say
Sora and
when.
Gang said they're gonna help out.
I didn't say when.
Splendid. We'll count on you.
And people are still like, hey, when are you gonna play FF10? I said, you said that you'd be
yes.
interested in
Did
doing
you
that.
give them the cards, dear?
I still am.
Oh,
Just didn't say when. Same with Strange Journey. Same deal there.
here. They're presents for
You
you.
can partially fix the models in FFH
Leon thought you might like to have
X
them.
with HD with mods. What if you just like played the PS2 version instead of having to do that bullshit?
Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee honorary member.
Membership cards.
Kinda cool, huh?
Doing like cosplay Prompto?
Hey.
Hell no.
Leah? Huh? Oh no! We're supposed to be at the Bailey.
Isn't PS2 version missing content? Maybe, but the HD version is missing content, as in, it's missing the correct fucking everything on the character models and, you know, animation. That's some pretty missed content. Every cutscene looking wrong. What streamer you said. Classic. Classic. Raido Kuzunoha with the 9 months. With the ATP emote? Holy shit. Papa John. Yeah, and the music too, but HD lets you turn back the music to vanilla, right? But it's still different. Like, it's not live MIDI, it's just like a recording of the MIDI, and that in and of itself is a downgrade. Do you get international or just play US? International is like Final Mix, kinda, and it's the one that has English dub, but does it have English text? Is there a translation patch for international that can be ran on hardware? Because if so, then I would do that. And yeah, of course it would. Yeah, I would do that. And even so, that's just like endgame stuff, right? Or is that the version you have to play if you want the expert sphere grid? You can choose between English and JP when starting a game. For the voices or the text, too? FF13 in full? You mean all 3 parts of FF13? That game actually looks pretty neat. I like the UI and aesthetics of that game a lot. Text. Oh, so they don't even need a patch. It just is? That's cool. Yeah, no need for a patch.
Yeah.
Doesn't Lightning Returns, like the 3rd game of that trilogy that there is for some reason, doesn't that game look ugly as hell though? I saw people talking about that on Twitter. FF13 Fruitiger Arrow. I think that actually is accurate to say that it's Fruitiger Arrow. Because Fruitiger Arrow refers to like Windows 7 type design, late Vista. Maybe Vista as a whole, I don't remember. But the time frame lines up. F-13 gets too much hate. By modern standards, you can say that, but at the time, it feels warranted. That's what's interesting about looking back on the criticisms games got in like the late 2000s and the 2000s in general. You know, you look back and you think like, oh, that's really unfair, but you have to consider what those games were going up against. And the games that like came before it. Standards were higher. Now that standards are lower, you could be like, oh yeah, FF13 got overhated, and it's like, well, you can say that now because FF15 and FF16 fucking suck. You know, standards gone down drastic. You gotta factor in the time period of what it was going up against, the environment. Recording the audio directly, yeah, I didn't have to use the CRT, like the fuzzy cable, because I have a HDMI splitter, and what I'm looking at is raw going through the capture card, so I don't have to do that here.
But he's not smart enough to tie
I'm
his
watching
own
on a different
shoes.
display
The ones
than
we
the
need to worry
CRT,
about are the nobodies.
so I can sit at my desk and have my keyboard and webcam and shit.
13 guys in charge too.
You called?
It's kind of how I used to do it in the earliest CRT streams. I had a different setup that was about the same result.
You're doing well.
Who's that?
This calls for a celebration.
Rare command. I wonder if I'll get it here. I'm not gonna force it, because it can be really hard to get on purpose. I got it by accident the other day on a rando, of all things. On the gameplay side of things, I'm more or less trying to do everything like I would normally, just for a proper analog, you know? It's like the one time that the game lets you actually get good use out of the appropriate niche of Blizzard, having passed through. For the one time. Because the same gimmick appears where the enemies are programmed to fight the wall and not you, but the enemies that show up in that fight, the Shan Yu fight, they're immune to Blizzard. So it's like, oh okay, there goes that niche. Do I have guard? Yeah, I do. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button for arrow recovery. I think even if you hit the enemies, their force retaliations against the wall and not the player. I have not gotten any duel stances. I haven't been thinking about getting those this fight. Maybe I'll get Leon killed as a result. No, he charged up. If Leon ever gets blade charge, he's like never gonna go down. He might be programmed to not be able to die when he has that state. And the fucking security system got me. Oh. Yeah, you deal with that. You deal with that, Leon. I'll get this guy. What? Raw dual stance, no block? That's interesting. I don't see that often. That was a weird way of doing that fight. This game looks amazing on CRT. It looks even better on my my CRT monitor that I have like a HDMI to VGA on.
Capable hands.
But I still have it played at 480p.
Show yourselves.
Did you go into KH2 as a KH1 fan? Other way around. I liked both already, but when I revisited them, got my first proper playthroughs instead of just remembering fucking with my brother's save files every now and then when I was like 6 or 7 years old. I played 2 first. Then 1, then Recom on an emulator. Enjoy this cutscene, I gotta piss.
Good, now we can settle this.
What a shame. And here I thought we could be friends.
Stop! What's the big idea?
Oopsie daisy.
Move!
Now, do you think that's polite? Shutting me down like that?
I said get out of the way!
As if. You can talk all you want. but that won't change a thing.
Then we are gonna make you move.
See, that would work if I were just any old dude. Except I'm not. I'm with the organization. Nothing any old about me.
Huh, tough talk for someone who stood on the sidelines while his nobody flunkies did the fighting.
Oh dear. I think you got the wrong impression.
You gonna cry?
As if. Why don't I remind you how tough the crowd you're dealing with really is?
Remind me?
That's right! He used to give me that same exact look.
I guess you think you can psych me out by saying really random stuff.
Gee, I just don't know. Be a good boy now.
Nuts, he got away.
That was weird. Who gave him the same look?
You know, I think he was just trying to confuse you.
Yeah, you're right. Only one me. The Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee honorary member.
Wow!
Huh?
What's this?
Gorge, you think?
Oh, now I get it. That must have been the gate Yen Sid talked about.
Oh, boy!
Sorry to run, Leon. But other worlds are calling.
Organization 13.
I'm back.
They look tough. Be careful out there.
See you soon.
Yeah, these world visits, without cutscenes, are so short, you know? Like, this world, enter, go across a room, forced fight, go across a room, cutscene, go across a room, forced fight, end. Here's another silent cutscene. They should have done, like, how they have, Lingering Will. His voice lines are just like wind. They should have done that for these two. Yo, what's up, Shib? Shib is at Chipotle. 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 I should start calling it Chipotle. 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 One of them has better excuses to be mute. What cutscenes? Yeah, one of them does give better excuses to be mute. I think with this game, though, they really wanted Recom to be a selling point for these to be dubbed, because you have to have the clear data on Recom for these to have a Japanese dub. Which I'll go back and record these with that dub in theater mode once I clear the playthrough. Though it would be neat to, like, have the game switch from English to Japanese all of a sudden for these cutscenes, but I want to drive the point home that these are silent and come back later with the clear data in theater mode. There's theater mode on PS2, right? Recom shipped with JPKH2. 2FM, actually, not JPKH2. That means something else. And it's only the 2FM Plus box that had both. Otherwise, there are separate, separate boxes, I believe.
Hey! What happened to Twilight Town? It's gone!
It's my MLP local. Hell yeah. The local tournament. Unironically. Alright, what are we doing first? Oh! What are we doing first? Do we be a tryhard Andy, go beast Kessel first, or do we go to Mulan? I want to flip a coin. Beast Kessel spice things up. I feel like I do that more often though. Like the reward is getting Cure, but who gives a fuck about Cure? Mulan for the Keyblade? The Keyblade sucks! Actually, yeah, you're right. You don't get a Keyblade for being here. It's a second visit. So here I can get Starseeker on another Keyblade. Which I usually don't use anyways, but we'll just go here. Let's make the donut ship. We'll go here. It's the standard Andy playthrough route. This is the problem I had last time, right? How did I get around this? How did I get around this last time? How did I get around this when I was on... This happened on the KH2J 20th anniversary playthrough, didn't it? I don't remember how I got around it. Punch the PS3. What the fuck did I do last time I had this problem? I don't even remember most of that stream, to be honest. You on the emulator? No, that was KH2J back in like 2021 or 2. I'm talking about the literal last time I played KH2J. That was a few months ago. I need to pull up my own stream and retrace my own steps because I don't fucking remember most of that stream. I don't know how. Let me pull the archive, I guess. Cause there was a way. I didn't go back and forth using consoles. Maybe I had some kind of thing that let me skip the gummies. I wouldn't mind doing that here. But what the fuck? How do I not remember this? Wasn't this related to the achievements trying to load? No, that was 2.5 PS3. Where the hell? I want to go to do this anyways. 20th anniversary, KH. Okay, this. Alright, second time's the jump berries. I don't remember. I just remember having this issue. But there was some weird thing. There's some weird thing I was able to do. Let's find out. Oh, it was being on disc. That's gonna... Wasn't it? Right on the... Maybe. Yeah. It was playing it off hardware that was causing this. Or, a hard drive. It's loading too fast, or not loading properly. Yeah, that's what it was, wasn't it? Fuck, do I have 2FM on disc? Uh-oh. Do I own that? I don't think I do. Hold on. I know I have... I don't know if I actually have 1FM. Maybe there's a PS3 setting. Some jailbreak setting. Exposed. Discs are gone. I actually don't own 2FM physically. I have BBS-FM. I have KH1 and 2J vanilla. Let's see. World loading help. PS2. Something else. One opening. That's PS3 1.5. Let me dig through my PS3 and see if the settings itself. Maybe there's something that you can do to slow down the loads, which I believe might be the problem here. Because I want to imagine maybe this game switches to some kind of slightly different internal engine when you go into gummies. That's how 007 works. Maybe it has something to do with the game being Japanese. I think it's just disc related, because that's how I got around it last time. But I need 2FM on disc. Woo! What do I do in this situation? Action replay to have all gummies unlocked? Or something? Is that even a thing that you can just get on here? Lobster is truly too buttery. No, that's a genuine thing. If I pay extra for the Uber to get here faster and someone takes it and they are longer than the slow Uber, I should be allowed to tell them to kill themselves? True. You should be able to refund. Maybe that's a valid refund reason. Can you pay extra to have an Uber that doesn't have other passengers? Isn't that what the actual strat is? That should be, like, guaranteed if you pay for a faster Uber. Alright, what the hell do I do about this? Let's see. Oops. I wonder if there's a way that you can slow down the loading. It actually might be. If that's even a solution to when it's installed digitally. Having the game on disc would be good to have in general, so I wouldn't mind importing it at some point. But I'm gonna try underclocking 500 to 650. Default's 500. Let's try underclocking to minimum. I wonder. It should be fine after a reboot. That was me. I just underclocked the GPU, and it didn't like that. That was too little. Clock. But I'm pretty sure that resets. Or I should be able to switch it back or something. It wasn't a CRT breaking or anything stupid. That was just, you know. Lol. Alright, don't go that low on the GPU clock. I don't even see why I might even need the... Well, if it's the GPU loading in textures or memory of the gummies, then maybe. Yo, Enigmarked Drive with the 35 months, thank you. I'll try that again, but not like 350 megahertz, like less than half. I'll try that again. I'll be a bit more incremental about it, I guess. Yeah, new fucking clip of the PS3 doing PS3 things. Add that to the collection. Alright, well, it's back to normal. That was the memory clock that I dropped and it made it blow up. Let's try 450. Okay. Yeah, that was the VRAM. Try 400 GPU. Let's try that. Fuck it. I'll have to go through that fight again, but that won't take long. Cutscene skips at least. Underclocking. This will be a fun thing to include in the video as a PSA to people trying to play on this specific type of PS3 to have it installed in the same way that I have it installed. Worst case scenario, I have to get a disc. But that would just be nice to have in general. Maybe I have one and I forgot. So I'm pretty sure I've never imported KH2FM. I just remember getting 1 and 2 vanilla a long time ago. That's something I might as well have. Like I should have by now. Or borrow somebody's disc. But I should just have it. Probably not hard to, like, not too like expensive to get, right? I wonder if I could burn a disc to have it. Can you do that with like modded PS2/PS3? Can you use burned discs to have like a butt pirated version? I would just do that for tonight if this ends up being persistent. Certain slim PS2s. Well, hypothetically, this PS3 is more wide open than a PS2. You know? I would think. Leon, will you stop fucking with me? RC? Oh yeah, one of the things you can do. Yeah, now he's doing it. Oh, maybe. With certain positioning strats, you can get Leon to fuck with the enemies at the door so it doesn't fuck with your RCs, and also keeps these guys from killing the door, which is happening. I suspect the PS3 is not going to be fooled by burn disc the same way Dreamcast is. This is a CFW PS3. You guys keep forgetting the calculation here. The fact that I'm playing this version at all, I'm playing a PS2 game installed to the hard drive that is bypassing region lock. Do you think that that is going to be the dilemma that fools my PS3? Do you think PS3 is going to be, it's going to wise up for that when I'm already, it's already hacked on a hardware, on a software basis? Think about it. Wait. We got him. And I got me killed. I'll get this room's worth of shit later. Even with a CFW PS3, it looks like no. Really? I'll take that as a sign they actually Googled it. I think it's jailbroken, it's fine. I would think so too. But I would need a big DVD because this game is just like just shy under like the max, right? I can do it. It's either that or like Action Replay, a code that unlocks all gummies. I know that exists. We have that for the PC version in Lua, but I wonder how that would translate to like an Action Replay set of codes, or if that already exists. You guys could look into that while I'm testing this out. Let me know, because I would not mind losing out on gummy ship footage, though there are some key differences about it. Gummy ships are easier in FM, even on crit. Oh shit. Chain RCs? Nice. That was a really good set of RCs. Good baby. Give it up. I gotta get my recovery run footage at least. And a good daily's worth of footage. Theoretically, you can copy the ISO. Yeah, like a flash drive in disk form. I guess what I'm thinking is, like, I'm already bypassing the regional lock, so I would imagine other restrictions, other restrictions would be lifted as well, maybe. But it might not be that linear or simple. I should save here too, so I don't have to redo that a third time if this doesn't work. Yeah, because the solution last time was I pulled up my 2J disc. Can't do that because I don't have a 2FM disc. What if I had a slower hard drive? What if I put it off USB? Oh shit. Oh, I have a new idea. If load speed is the concern here, I could try that. I have a USB for this PS3. Yep, well there's that. Okay. Alright, new solutions come to light just in time. Might take a hot minute to execute though, because, you know. And I'll get a disc just in general, even if this does work, you know. How do I do that though? File manager? I dump digital disk drive content to... Oh. Oh, I know the annoying roundabout way to get to the file manager. I'll do this. Not roundabout way, the direct way where I get a Linux looking fucking desktop. Or actually no, I don't have to do any of that, I can just do this. One of these is the fucking Nobody May Cry disc that doesn't work. Oh, it's that one. Okay, this is the normal one. Okay, it's not going too slowly. Actually going pretty fast. Faster than it seems. Maybe. That's enough time to try banging out Fire in the Flames. See if I can get a higher percentage than 60. Yeah, hold on, let me set that up. I have to switch gears a little bit for that. Yeah, give me a sec. Pause the recording for this too. Alright, 2FM directly off the USB. Let's see if that slows it down enough. And let's see, maybe the drive forms are gonna be like fucked up and slow if it works at all. That's copying to the hard drive. I don't want you to do that. No. Play it off the damn thing. Okay, it might not be allowed, unfortunately. Oh. Oh. Maybe I forced it? We might be there now, unless I selected the wrong thing. Or maybe it's trying to boot a copy of the game that only got like 2% installed. Oh, PlayStation 2. I think my initial assumption was correct, fortunately. Try that again. Maybe it just takes forever. I'll give it a minute. While I wait for this to boot, we can play 0.5% of it. I don't know if it's like... It says it's off the USB. Earlier when I clicked on it, it said it started to copy it to the hard drive. Now it's... Press the PS button. Let me just do a quick little search to see how much this game is on eBay.com. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix PS2. Region locked, NTSCJ, $14. Free delivery. Pre-owned, yeah, that's fine as long as it works. No, it's KH1, fuck. 2FM Final Mix Plus, $19. Last one, located in Japan, $8 delivery. Maybe I could borrow somebody's copy, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. We can only afford the pence bottle. Okay, well. It's too slow to work off the USB unless it's just suddenly gonna appear and it's gonna be all fucked up because it's USB load times. I guess the other solution would be, and it's not ideal because I don't want to skip out on gummy ship footage, but it would work for now and it wouldn't be too bad. Is if there's... I don't even know how to do action replay on a PS2 though. Yeah, because we made this, they made this for PC. We burn a copy. That's what I was wondering earlier, and it seems people are back and forth on if that can be done even on a CFW, you know, jailbreak PS3. Let me see, CFW PS3, burn a PS2 game. I just found out my CFW PS3 can play burnt PS1 and 2 discs. Post from 1 year ago. Removed top comment. Awesome. Man, Reddit sucks nowadays. It's always that. AI overview says, burning PS2 games to play on a CFW PS3 is generally not recommended and frequently impossible. Frequently? All can be done on rare, fully backwards compatible fat models, like mine. Ooh. Yeah. Burning disc doesn't work. Hardware limitations. Only PS3 early models A, B, C, E have the actual PS2 hardware. Well, what does that matter? AI is getting confused. It's mixing up why PS2 games can't be done versus burnt discs. I think because mine is A model, if not E model, you know, it would work. But how long does it take to fucking burn a disc? And do I have a 4 GB dual layer disc to burn KH2 onto? I don't think so. What the fuck is happening? So I have 2FM installed onto my PS3's hard drive, and I had this problem last time I played KH2 on this hardware. When I played KH2J for the 20th anniversary of KH2 a few months ago, playing it off the hard drive, I got to the first gummy ship, and the PS3 just black screened. And then I tried the disc that I had, and it worked. So I was like, okay, I guess it's it loads too fast or something of that sort. Happening again now too, and I forgot that that even happened last time, and I had to watch my own fucking VOD to remember. But difference is, I don't have a 2FM disc, so I'm trying to figure out a workaround, at least for tonight. If in the future I'll get a fucking disc, so it's as accurate as possible, which would be good for, you know, accurate drive forms too. That'll be good for the video. I have vanilla 2, both vanilla 2s. It loads too fast. Is there a way to, do you know of this? Do you know if I can do something with my PS3 to like artificially slow down the loads like a PS2 emulator does? There's an option for that in PCSX2 of the sort to fix the same problem. Let me Google that first too. Oh. So annoying. You always get the results that are like, oh, it's slow. How do I fix this? I'm trying to make it slow on purpose. And no single result is ever going to give me that. I tried underclocking earlier. I didn't quite do it. This is what's on the flash drive? Yeah. Dip it in your bathtub? This is my nice PS3. You know, this PS3, when I got it and found out, not even when I got it, when I found out how to check the menu for it, it only has 45 days of uptime, period, in its lifespan. You know how little that is for a PS3? My E model that has started to overheat, like the old one I used to use for these streams, had like 1,300 days of uptime. This is such a good PS3 for also being an A model. The internal drive. Let me delete some of the shit I know it doesn't work, like Nobody May Cry. That didn't work. Maybe it did work. Oh, yeah, I just had to refresh the menu. One of these KH2s is like 2 kilobytes large because I canceled the... I guess you can't play PS2 games off USB. When I like selected it, it just started to transfer it to the hard drive. Config? Can I edit the config? I wonder if there's a way to force a PS3 to have slower loads. I put a fucking SSD in this thing too, and that's not helping this. Maybe it would work if I had the normal HDD. I mean, PS3's hard drive is the same as any hard drive as long as it's like 2.5 centimeter, which I know I have lying around. Not like a PS3, so I'll say. It would take too long to do on stream. Throw in a older, shittier hard drive and see if it works. I'd rather just belay this and get a disc if it comes to that. But I'll sit here for a little bit longer and see if I can't figure out some way to artificially slow down beyond this. Yeah, look, runtime 46 days. It's only been shut down 489 times, 22 times. It's only been turned on 511 times. Emergency Midnight Club if this doesn't work. If this doesn't work and I still want to be live, I'll go green mode, but I'm not quite ready for green mode. I still have some things I want to rule out first. What happened, chat? Yeah, chat, tell him. I'll give you the short. Do you remember when I played KH2J and the gummy ships would cause a black screen on this PS3 and I had to switch to a disc? I don't have the 2FM disc. Game loads too fast on the hard drive, it makes the gummies not work. So unless I find a PS2 2FM code or whatever to skip, like fully unlock all the gummy ships and just do them, I need the disc. Or find some way to slow down the PS3 because I have a stupid fucking SSD in there, which is so sick for everything else but this. So honestly, this is a good reminder, or rather, thing to force me to just get a 2FM disc, because how could I not have all three versions on disc, you know? I tried putting it on USB to play it on USB, but you can't play it off USB. Only install it off USB. There's a coder save edit you can do? Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that too. Do you have it? Let me know, because yeah, that is a thing you can do, but does it exist? This is what I mentioned last stream. Yeah, I remember that, and I couldn't remember what the problem was until it happened now, and I'm like, oh, that's what the problem was. Google AI says to turn off PS2 upscaling and smoothing. I never have those on. I'll double check though. I never use those. Because why would I need that? I'm on 480p on a CRT. 2 CRTs at the same time. Yeah, off and off. Good to check though, I guess. Maybe them turning it on will slow it down? I don't know if it'll do that enough. The better way to try slowing it down, I haven't fully explored this, at least. This idea. The first time I did it, it crashed my PS3. Underclocking the GPU/VRAM of the PS3. I don't know how low I can get with this before it shits itself like it did earlier. By default, the VRAM is 650. Try 400. And GPU minimum. Didn't I try this earlier? Let's see if 350 is the sour spot. Okay, that's working. Now... We're trying with the back and pass PS2 chip, so... Oh yeah, this isn't gonna do shit. It's a totally different chip that I don't have access to. Yeah, except that's default. Yeah, the only thing that isn't a PS2 component in this equation, other than the rest of the PS3 that may or may not be part of this operation, is the hard drive that's installed too. It's installed to a fucking SSD, and even on a PS3, it's still faster than the stock hard drive. I need the disc. Anybody want to mail me the fucking disc? No, I'll just get it off eBay. It's not expensive. I want to have my own copy. Maybe this might have a setting that I want. Redirect to USB? What does that mean? Redirect USB to DVD? Hold up. Maybe I can force... Maybe I can use this to force the USB to be like, it'll boot a PS2. Okay, that's something I want to see. PS3, boot PS2 game off USB. Playing PS2 games via USB, BC models only. It happened to me when running SD card. Huh. What did you do to fix it? Getting the disc? Or did you find some other way, like what I'm trying to look for? I just wish that there was a setting in any of these, like PS2 CFW front ends that would let me have like a emulate the PS2's loading speed even on a fast hard drive. Not even an emulator, I have the proper version. This is why I should have a PS2, lol. But it just makes it so much easier for recording the raw footage. I don't need to... I got a $320 PS3, so I wouldn't have to get like a $100 upscaler. Never fixed it, looked over online for an answer. What kind of hard drive did you put in yours? No, you said SD card. Interesting that an SD card would have the same thing happening. Maybe it's not about the speed of the operation. Maybe it's something specific to running it off a disk where it like changes quote-unquote engines. Does it even change game engines to do gummies? Yes, it does change engines. So it's like 007 Agent Under Fire switching to the... Or 007 Nightfire switching to the Agent Under Fire engine for the driving and rail shooter missions. Same concept. That's interesting. Yeah, Square did that with the Final Fantasy 12... Final Fantasy 11 character creator, and that's why like the character models, custom characters look so much better in that creator than in the actual game. Yeah, FF7 having different engines for the minigames, that I did notice playing it off my PS1 because it just looked different immediately. I wonder if... Yeah, I wonder if even playing it off of like a slower storage device would even work. At the end of the day though, after this stream, no matter what I end up doing tonight, I'm gonna order a disc just so I should have done that anyways. Having a proper thing. What if I do have the disc and I didn't know? I also have a schizo idea. What if I put in a disc of an older KH2 version physically and played the game how I was before and see if that would somehow link up and it would work? Wouldn't that be interesting? Oh, hold on. Oh, I think that might let me play it off the USB directly. Hold on. But didn't I try doing that earlier? It's a lot more fun being at this crossroad on stream, actually, than being off stream. Best page I can find? Oh shit, codes. KH2. All abilities, item codes, drives, HP, MP money, game mods. I should just expand all and control F. Yeah, let's do that. Top to bottom. Because I actually do have a action. Oh, gummy codes. Whoa. Have all special models, blueprints, unlock all gummy stuff. Does that mean unlock all routes? I do want to get gummy footage, but that doesn't need to be sequential. Unlock all gummy stuff. 3 lines of code here. How the fuck do I input an action replay code into a PS3? Do you know how to do that? Because I have one other idea for that, though. My discs are all over the floor. Fuck. No. Actually, this will make it easier to find it. Action replay. I might know, actually. Found the other whenever. But I shouldn't even need a disk for this on a... I don't think there's a working code for what's needed. What, like pre-unlocking the routes? Never been a gummy skip mod made for PS2 KH2. Yeah, that is weird. I found all my discs. It says all worlds open code has issues. Yeah. That makes sense. Let me just double check one last time to see if I actually do have a 2FM disc somewhere. Hold on. Give me a minute. Alright, chat, I have a Hail Mary of an idea. I found my 2J copy, and I want to see... It made me think... It made me think of an idea, right, on how this works internally. What if... The reason why it doesn't work is that the game is throwing some kind of, like... Oh, access the disc in, like, a major way to access Engine 2 for gummies, right? And the PS3 can't handle that. Not even as a factor of, like, oh, it's loading too fast or anything stupid like that, but, like, the PS3 is getting fooled, right? Whatever this is, where it's optically, like, mounting the disc, it doesn't figure it out. Maybe this happens on Nightfire as well for the same reason. This is 2J. Let me just boot it up and check to see if it's what's mounted. Maybe this isn't 2J. Maybe this is that USB 2FM that doesn't boot. Oh? I think this is 2J. Boot this up to see. And then try it with FM mounted. KH2's binned. No! I just need to get it. Okay, this is 2J, right? Good old 2J. First version of the game, it sucks. You can see how much money I have in only 8 hours, that's how you know. It has the Moogle menu glitch that lets you get infinite money instantly. Okay. That'll be fun to talk about in the video for sure. That version is so busted. Alright, 2J is in the console. Now we're going to mount 2FM digitally. On top of that, from the hard drive, yes. And what I'm hoping will happen, if it's, you know, a miracle, right, is because that's in the disc, it somehow accesses it physically, so I can do my damn gummy. I would be very surprised if it worked, and then worked after the gummy. But, Hail Mary. Let's see. Let's take a look. Either way, though, this is a good situation that's forcing me to get the damn disc. I didn't even think about needing it. But that would make sense to have, so that I have accurate, like, you know, like dry form load times and every other interaction that, you know, is pertinent. So let's see. Either way, we got some cutscenes today. Watch I load into the gum engine from 2J and crash the console. That'd be cool. That'd be something. That would tell me a bit more about what's happening under the hood. I wonder if this would... you trying to ignore it? I wonder if this... if I would get a different result if I inserted the disc at the right time or something stupid. I'll try doing this. What if it boots into 2J because it hit reset game with the disc installed and... I don't know. What are we trying to do? Trying to find a workaround for a PS3 specific issue. Even though this is a model, like, true hardware backwards compat PS2, having 2FM installed on the hard drive on the custom firmware PS3, gummies fail to work when the game switches engines to the gummy ship engine. One method, the only one, is to remake the ISO with the desired cheats injected inside. What, for like having action replay at all? I have action replay. But I wouldn't want to go to that measure. This is just like me trying to find shit that might work for tonight's stream. If I can't figure something out just for now, I'll just order the disc and, you know, play more of this on stream when I get the damn disc. Which I'm gonna do, like, inevitably anyways. You tried both? You know I haven't, but I don't see why there would be a difference. Yeah, it would have popped by now. Let's go back to fire in the flames. I mean, if this doesn't work, we'll go green mode and we'll fuck around. I have one more thing I want to try, I think, unless I think of something in the meantime. 2J disc is still in there. What if I insert it what if I insert it at the right time? What if? PS3 is very confused right now. Alright, so I'm on the floor, right? And the plan is to insert the disc right as I go into a gummy. Maybe I can, like, cross-fade the fucking games. This would make more sense to do with 2 International, but I'm not sure where my disc is right now. And I don't think this will work, so I don't want to look for it. Or streaming? Yeah, a little bit. This is the look into Stickman Sham Productions. This is the first time I'm doing it live like this, right? What should I be having to do? Productions. Right. Last idea. Fuck. Ugh. How do I not have 2FM on a disc anyways? Why don't I own that? One more, almost got it. I think it might be 2J now. Because I put in the disc, I reset the game, and I think that like fucked with the PS3. Yeah, I have both vanilla versions for both games. I have BBS Final Mix. It's like the only thing that I have physically for Final Mix for some reason. Firefox doesn't support 144060. Yeah, I don't know why. Do you have Hardware Excel turned off in that browser? That might be why. Like, say you ever like Discord screen shared fucking Netflix, and you had to turn that off to get around the thing. That might be why, but I've heard about that in Firefox in general. HTCP, yeah. That's such an unfortunately aged acronym, huh? And you know, it's actually perfectly named because that's what that technology basically is. Because fuck that technology. It sucks. It's evil, you know? Oh yeah, we have this technology built into your hardware that disables, you know, being able to share, videos and DVDs. No, you can't screen record. No, you can't, watch DVDs and Blu-rays on your PS3 if it isn't plugged into HDMI. It's evil. HDCP. Stupid. Alright, eBay. Game Hearts 2, PlayStation 2, that's vanilla. Final Mix. Final Mix. That's not that much at least. Imagine if it loaded just as you bought the disc. That'd be hilarious. I really should just have the disc though. I should own this. I feel like I know like 5 people that could just like send me one if they didn't gaff. But I want my own. It looks like the best I can get is like $25, $30 for one. Which isn't bad at all actually. DVD burner, Andy's stay winning. Oh, you have a DVD that's you have a 4 GB DVD to burn with? How big is this game anyways? This game is like right at the cap of a 4 GB DVD, right? Let's see. I have it on this computer. 4.2. One of the biggest PS2 games. Midnight Club 2, no, Midnight Club 3 is almost 8 gigabytes, you know? You know that? On all systems? Mogs the fuck out of this game. It's like dual layer. I really do wonder if I have a... I definitely do not have a DVD rewritable that's 4 gigabytes. I'll just have to get the disc. Gonna do a little bit of Googling though. MR2 PS3 gummy ship freeze. Is it 2 discs? No, it's 1. It's 1 disc. Though I suspect that a lot of that storage might be padding, but it's still over 4. Just like no information. This is such a niche freeze. There's gonna be like no information on it, other than anecdotes. Somebody saying that they did the same thing on SD card. I wonder if there's a way to rebuild the ISO in a way that makes it friendly for a game like this to switch engines. I think that it just needs the disc to be able to handle this. This is almost like it's a fucking... it's almost like some form of, anti-theft, if you think about it. I wonder if it might be on purpose. I think that might be the case. KH1... Have I ever played KH1? No, I gotta... I'm so curious. I wonder if it's like this for KH1 as well. I don't think KH1 switches engines, but I want to check real quick. I have it on digital. Gummy Void Hell. That's kind of interesting, at least. That would be insane, but if so, I have a modded PS2 that can play burned games. Yeah, I guess for this to be an actual implicit anti-theft, it would have to be able to detect if it was a burned disc. But if I had a burned disc, this wouldn't be a problem. It's just like the PS3, Webman, whatever. Oh, what if I use mana guns? It does the same thing, but it's a different program. Maybe it's better at handling this. Hold up, how did I not think of this? Or Multiman. Multiman is a version of this where it can load. Okay, I need anybody in here that's willing to Google. Can you try searching up this problem but without KH2 in the search terms? Any game that switches engine, maybe 007 Nightfire. I know it does the same thing. If like some PS3 CFW front end program or whatever has a better way of handling this. Let's see if this one can do it better. It says the game that switches engines. What applet are you using to load it? Every time I've done this so far, it's been through Webman. But I now just thought, what if Mana Guns or Multiman can do it better? Because I imagine the issue is the game sends some kind of instruction to load the new engine from the disk, but like, isn't the game always sending instructions to load from the disk, you know? Why this? Why is this the threshold, you know? That's... I've always had more luck with Multiman than Webman for loading PS2 games. This is Manigun, so let's see if that gives me more luck. I'm still gonna get the disc no matter what after this stream, just because I want a more... I really should have a PS2, but I like the PS3. It's a PS2 and an upscaler in one, you know. Some issues like this can happen occasionally. PS3 Slim instead of an A. Yeah, that is a big difference. Oops, I pressed X, which is back instead of confirm. Fuck. On this PS3, I'm going back and forth between English controls and JP controls for circle and X when I go from the PS3 front end to the fucking game. Hell yes. Alright, well, here goes. If this doesn't work, I'll try it on Multiman. Oh, looks like I'm trying it on Multiman. That should have worked. Multiman feels like the best bet because it's just the best. It's the GOAT best in slot PS3 app. Preliminary Googles are telling Webman users to use Multiman instead. You know, that makes sense. Does the fucking KH2FM English ROM hack work on PS3? Cache A? It should. I have a really bad KH1FM English ROM hack that is like a bunch of things that are in Final Mix don't work. Like, instead of patching English text into KH2 Final Mix, they tried to patch Final Mix mechanics into KH1 International, and so many things don't work correctly, like skipping cutscenes on retry, and the list goes on. I should stream that playthrough, that version sometime. It's cursed. It fucking sucks. Alright, multi-man version. Let's see if it can handle this operation. Semi-final mix? Yeah, that's basically what it is. You don't get Diamond Dust or One-Winged Angel. Like, those don't work, I heard. It's like... yeah, all you get is English text, and in return you get half of what you're supposed to get in FM. You know, it's really funny. Really funny that they did the opposite of what 2FM does successfully in terms of like the English patch that Zaynamo did. It's doing something different. Is it? I didn't see anything. I wasn't looking though. Copium? Oh, well there you go. Maybe use a PS2. I don't have one, which is really funny. English patch for BBSF and PSP to lock up on Mimic Master? I think I've heard of that. Got maked. I glossed over that, but I should have made fun of that. That's a funny typo. I really don't have 2FM physically, huh? What does a disc look like? This is a House MD episode. It's gotta be the drivers. I'm pretty good at diagnosing stuff, you know, tech side of things. I think it's fun. Okay, so the disc looks... that's J. Where the fuck is the FM disc? I want to see what it looks like. Oh my god, can I full screen an image in the current year on internet.com, please? Okay, it's the same as the KH2, like silver, but it's Roxas Sora. Like it's the same as the title art. Okay, I definitely don't own that, sadly. Damn. Well, I'll get this on eBay after stream. Any other suggestions? Hail Marys? Only idiots use Webman. He needs Multiman to live. I too am in this episode. What's up, Eternal? Let me try doing some fuck with the res. I don't know about that. You know what would be fun to see is if 2.5 PS3 still crashes on a third PS3. My disc of that. That disc has to be fucked up. There's no reason why it would crash on two separate PS3s. Is there a PS3 emulating a disc swap for PS2 games? No, it's a disc swap. That's for games where you have to do that. OP, the only way to take advantage of the load original function is to use physical discs, impossible on non-BC models, or use a PS2 patch engine to patch your XL image to be in a state where the original disc is flagged as loaded. Webman can mount and unmount games. Use it on PS1. With Webman installed, type in your PS3's IP address. What? This is about like hot swapping a disc for like, say like Monster Rancher or some shit. Most of the people complaining about this are having issues with the game failing to load. Yeah, it's like basic tier problems. This is such a specific one. It's so hard to search. It's like an unsearchable problem. Right? How do you search a problem like this? You know, I do want to take this opportunity to test something with a different game that does the same thing. Do I have Nightfire on here? Why would I not have Nightfire? You kidding? Fuck, never mind. Nightfire, 7 Nightfire does the same thing. It switches to this game's engine. Beg for help on GBA temp? True. You see, the thing is, I know the solution. You have a fast way to move PS2 save data between PS3 and PC. PC62, past gummy checkpoints. You know, I don't know why I didn't think of doing that, but I mean, I've done that in the past. I guess I could just do that for tonight. But I don't want to have to do that for some reason. I would rather do something else, just get the disc and get more of this footage when I have the actual fucking disc of this game, you know? But I mean, I guess I could just do that. Like, why the fuck not? But obvious solution. I made a GBA temp thread about this and nobody answered. Have you checked that thread? Maybe somebody did after years. I guess what my brain wants to do is find a solution. Or do something else. Instead of, here's a roundabout solution. You know? Because it actually is a pain in the ass to take a save file, put it on here, convert it to what the emulator can use, do it, convert it back, put it back on. I'd rather not even do that. It's more fun to try and see if we can figure this out natively, you know? Check now, link the thread if you want. Yeah, sure. I want to read it. Post on Reddit your issue. I don't even want to do that. Oh. Comment it on another account with the incorrect answer. Oh yeah, I've heard of that tactic. I've heard of that tactic where people are a lot more interested to help if they can talk shit in the process. Rather than reply to a 0 reply thread. People would rather correct a wrong answer than give a right one. I've heard of that concept. That's really fun. You try a different ISO? No. Same game, different rip? No, but that wouldn't do it. This is a semi-known thing. And this happened to me on KH2J a few months ago when I streamed it. But the solution there was, oh, I had the disc, just pop it in, you know? I don't have that for 2FM, so now I'm just kind of like fucking around with the concept of maybe finding a solution, you know? But I'm gonna get the disc anyways, just because that's something I'd ought to own for 1 and 2. PS3 CFW Kingdom Hearts 2 Gummy Ship. Can I ask you a personal question? All caps? Sure. Just keep it down over there. Full-time or a day job? I do this full-time. I wonder if, you know, PS2 OPL or whatever they use, if you have a PS2 with a hard drive, what you use to boot the games with the MC, the memory card hack or whatever. Is that something you can have on a PS3? I know streaming isn't exactly a safe career choice. You know, honestly, it kind of is, though. You know how many of my friends I've heard about, like, oh, I got laid off from my normal job. I gotta find a new job now. I'm out of a job. That hasn't happened to me. You know? You would think that that's true, but it's kind of the opposite way. You can't even work at fucking id Software or Microsoft for making games without having, you know, job instability. Me, my fucking dumbass doing this video gaming, you know, I've got a lot of fucking job safety. They don't. Isn't that funny? I can't get laid off unless Twitch goes under or I get banned. Shit, I could fucking I could take my hands off the wheel in traffic and not lose my job security, you know? 3 times. I could do that. I guess hypothetically, I could get banned for longer making jokes about that than actually doing it. In the recent drama, you could hypothetically get banned for making the obvious joke about that than actually doing it, but that's a conversation for a different website. PS2 OPL loader. Open PS2 loader on PS3. You know, I wanted to do this for KH1 for the cutscene skip mod, because when they invented that shit, when they invented the cutscene skip mod, the instructions tell you have to use this. because they haven't made it natively for PS3. But it looks like it can be done. This would be nice to have for KH1 as well as 2 right now. I wonder if this would handle the operation happening under the hood better. Because I've never heard about this happening on a PS2 when you have KH2 installed. They do that all the time when they do runs of the game. Let me read this wiki real quick to see. A lot of steps on here, but it shouldn't be that hard. Open PS2 Loader is a PS2 scene homebrew, which allows you to run PS2 backups, homebrew content. It can be used on PS3 as well, which is the only way to load games from USB or SMB, though FMV and heavy loading games might stutter. On OFW, what the hell does that mean? Official hard firmware. You have the option to run OPL via Swap Magic, CAF. OPL only works on A through E consoles. Okay, that's what I have. Good. Farming's Multiman, I have that. USB hard drive, formatted as FAT32, I have that. And the console. Root drive, create folders, DVD, CD, your game backups go in there. Okay, hold up. I think I can do this. Sorry, I just destroyed my microphone with my chair for the 15th time. On stream. Oh, nice. KH2 is just under 4 gigabytes to fit on a USB in FAT32. I should have music on for... I'm glad I always think of putting on background music right at the end of... Oh, this is not the end of the process yet. But I'll put on the Gale playlist so we have something in the background. There we go. Perfect song just played. Deus Ex soundtrack. Alright, I'm moving the KH2 ISO onto this USB while I set up OPL. Pre-built ISO of OPL, nice. 2 megabyte ISO, great. Alright, then you put it in the PS2 ISO folder. OPL, that is. This is crazy. This is using the program that lets you mount PS2 games to your PS3 to mount a PS2 game that lets you mount PS2 games. That's what I'm about to do right now. And I think it's gonna work because people use this for KH1 and 2 on, like, PS2s with hard drives that are modded. This is how you get PS2 KH1 cutscene skipping as well. It's how there's a category of speedruns for KH1 that they have now. It's KH1 cutscene skips, and this is what they use. Thankfully, I don't need to split the ISO for this game. I don't even. Why am I putting KH2 on a flash drive right now? Do I need to do that? Why am I putting KH2 on a flash drive? Am I gonna be running the game off a flash drive right now for this, though? Is that fine? I wonder if OPL can be set to read from my hard drive where it already is. Gonna be using USB to play games, scroll down to USB device start mode, switch to auto. Likewise, we're gonna be playing over network. What about playing it off my fucking hard drive on the PS3? This whole wiki is about using it on PS3. I guess I'll have it on there just in case. Don't I already have it on there? Didn't I already have it on there. I already copied it on there. What am I doing? Yeah, it's already on there. I spent like... that's why I played Fire in the Flames earlier, so I could do something when I put this on. Yeah. Why is it a type 0 file? Oh, it's because it's like renamed. Well, I guess it's already on here, so I don't need to do this. Okay, cancel that operation. KH2FM.iso.0. Wonder why that didn't work. I'll rename it to KH2FM 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix 2 just dropped. Take it out of that folder, put it in the DVD folder. And I'll take the OPL, put it in the PS2 ISO folder. Okay. Right. I think we're getting somewhere now. Alright, it's playing the OPL off the flash drive. I don't know if I need it on the PS3's hard drive, but it might work all the same. It's 2 megabytes. If it doesn't, I'll have to turn back on the... Oh. If it doesn't work, then I'll turn off the... Oh shit! Whoa, hold up. Hold the fort. I think we're getting somewhere now. Alright, how do I play the game? See, this is what I wanted to try and figure out how to do for KH1's cutscene skip, because you have to boot KH1 cutscene skip mod. You boot a raw ELF file, which is a PS2 version of an EXE file, and then you insert the KH1 disc after you get to the screen of like, yeah, it's working, put it in. And then you have KH1 with cutscene skips, save states, and load states. So I guess now I have the ability to do that if I ever wanted to. Cool. But what I need to do... How do I get this to... HDD games? Well... USB, Ethernet games. I guess I could run games off an Ethernet connected to my PS3 if I wanted to. Whoa. Oh yeah, that's the thing on Wii as well. HDD games default menu. Games list. Circle to go to games list is not going to games list. How do I get to the games list? Is it because there's no games list? Maybe I should try getting this on the hard drive. Let me look at the wiki actually before I keep trying to do things I don't know how to do. Okay, I see what it wants me to do here. See, this pressing circle here should work, but the HDD games list doesn't work. Let me try booting this off a USB just before I do anything else that takes time. You have to use OPL Manager. Isn't that what this is? What is this then, if that's not what this is? I feel like I'm managing OPL right now. Doesn't detect any games slash devices with games. I'm pretty sure the button does nothing. I think I need, let me get this 2 megabyte ISO onto the hard drive. It's playing off the USB right now. It's probably fucking that up. Program for PC. This wiki doesn't say I have to do that. This wiki is specifically for PS3 on the specific model of PS3 that I have. But I did skip a step though of actually putting it on the drive of the PS3. That could be fucking it up. There we go, that's what I didn't hit. Now when I hit this, it should install it instead of running it off the USB. I refresh the list and the XMB. Game has been added to the list. OPL on the hard drive. Put that in. Right. This is cool. I guess I know how to do KH1 PS2 with cutscene skips on hardware now. I was wondering about this. I wonder if that's... I gotta tell Sains about this because I don't think that the KH1 speedrun, like the resources include this method. The method, if it works. Maybe this doesn't work. Games list. HDD games. You might be thinking like PS2 HDD, and it's not configured to do PS2, PS3 hard drive. Let's try USB games because the KH2 is in the right folder on the USB. What step am I missing here? This should be working. I want a PS3. Everything is right. Alright, download the latest build. Plug in your USB. Put it to the root of the USB. The root? Okay, so you plug it in. Maybe the mistake I'm making... It says to manually open the file manager and put it on the root of the PS3's hard drive. But and then it's also saying to manually put it into the PS2 ISO folder on the PS3, which it already is. Alright, so that's right. Once you're loaded in, configure a few things, highlight settings. Disable debug colors to on. I have a bad tendency of skipping over steps and wondering what the hell's not working. It says set this to on. It already was. Once you're loading the OPL, if you're going to be playing USB device start mode set auto. It's network, auto, Ethernet, device start mode. What about hard drive? Go down to default menu and select either USB or Ethernet games that OPL load directly into corresponding menu. Scroll down, select OK to exit. A new menu, scroll down, save changes. You should be able to press circle to see a list of your games. That's what's not working right now. And then the rest of the steps are setting it to work off the network if you're playing it off of an Ethernet to a computer or whatever. But what's not working? Everything. Okay, I've done everything right. It's just pressing circle is not putting me to the... Maybe I need to do this first. HDD device start mode auto. Default menu hard drive games. That's one of the. That's the only thing in the steps that I did not do. Hard drive just not detected. Okay, that means it's not finding the... Yeah, this guy doesn't say anything about the hard drive mode. It's probably looking for PS2 hard drive. We gotta do USB, see if the game even works off a fucking USB. I don't know if that's fast enough for the game to run. I think it actually might be. USB games. USB device start mode auto. Okay. Running a game off USB. Only as a test for now. Just to see if I can even get it to work. Oh! No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not fragmented. Maybe it is. Hypothetically, I could set it to run off Ethernet. This is not fragmented. Maybe it is. Because it's like 3.99. Okay. Have any of you here ever put KH2 Final Mix's ISO onto a USB drive in FAT32 where there's a 4 GB limit? Have you been able to do that without fragmenting it, or have you had to fragment it? 'Cause I'm wondering if this is the... Oh... That little bit, remember when it said KH2FM .iso.0 and .iso.1? It fragmented itself when it put it on here, but the second partition of it was just so tiny to get the rest of the data over the 4 GB limit. I need to get that back. PS3 did that for me when I put it on the USB from the disc earlier, and I didn't realize that's what that was. Pretty sure OPL only supports exFAT. You're wrong. But thank you. Respectfully, that's not true. Totally reformat the... This is... I don't need to reformat the USB. It's already FAT32. I've been using this USB for PS3 operations for years. But thank you for being wrong. I appreciate it all the same. Even if you aren't correct. Where's the folder that I made? Oh, there it is. Alright, where did that... It's in my... I hope it's in my recycle bin, even if I deleted it off a USB, that other little part of the KH2. Oh, fuck, it's not. OPL supports FAT32, given how ancient PS2 USB is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's sensitive with modern flash drive. What about my... This is on my PS3. What about that? We're talking about... This is a PS3 right here. Secret PS3. A model. It's a shame I deleted this. It's the other, like, 0.2 gigabytes of this game. But it wouldn't take long for me to just, like, get it back on here in its, like, pre-fragmented state. And what would be better is if this program wasn't trying to boot it off a fucking USB. It's already on the system. Can I set this to recognize my PS3's fucking internal storage? Because I have everything on there. Yeah, I'm on a... Okay, do you know about this operation? I'm on a A-model, very good fat PS3. I'm using OPL to see if this handles KH2 gummy ships. Because everything else doesn't. The game freezes when you try to access them. I'm trying to get this to recognize the contents of my hard drive instead of trying to play shit off a USB or avoid the hassle of playing it off Ethernet, which would be really cool. But not something I want to do right now. What song is this? This is from Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Somebody in here knows what it is specifically. This is Kaiba's theme, right? I've been annoying to do this, but I'm gonna put the KH2 back on the from the PS3 back onto the flash drive because that'll wait. Oh yeah, the flash drive. I gotta put it back in the PS3. That won't take very long. Okay, we're almost there. It might work. Yeah, Gamematic, the problem that we're having, have you heard of this? KH2 installed to a backwards compat PS3, you get to the gummy ships, you access them, and the game just black screens. Like it's failing to switch engines to the gummy ship engine. Have you heard of this? Because that's what we think it is right now. And this happened to me on KH2J as well, in the same setup, except I had the disc to fall back to, which I'm gonna get for this, but now I'm invested in the solution just so people know, and myself as well. Okay, so this is what we have to do, right? This isn't gonna work because it's fragmented, it's missing some of the data, right? Does this support games that are fragmented? It should, shouldn't it? I saw that as a setting. Check for fragmentation. Does OPL support games that are fragmented? It should. It's for PS2 games. So many of them are. I think the reason why it's not working is because it doesn't have the other fragment. Okay, yeah, let's boot out of this and redo the USB thing. All of this so that I can run on fucking USB. I really should just get it on Ethernet. How did I put it on USB anyways? I did it in multi-man, that's good old multi-man. I need to get the version of Multiman that doesn't have that fucking PayPal link in the bio. I had a different PS3 that didn't have that annoying shit. Put the fragments in the bag, bro. This is the incomplete fragment. And this is the real one on the hard drive. Not allowed. Maybe because this is already in the way. This is not on the HDD. Why does it say HDD? Here's what I'm gonna do, right? Disabled? Why is my file manager disabled? You're using ISO ripped from the PS3 itself? Yeah, just so I can save myself the hassle of getting the program that fragments PS2 ISOs to put on a USB. Because the game did it itself, I just deleted the second fragment because I thought it was something else. Actually, does the PS3 manage to do that when you... yeah. Why is the file manager disabled? Who told you that? Who told you to not allow me? How many complications can it run into? This is like a daily... This is how like almost every day of my life goes, by the way, when I use computers. I'm not kidding. Not every day, but like, you know, every time I'm trying to do something, sometimes. I get like the stacks of Secunda when I'm trying to do one thing, then I have to find a fix for that, and then I have to find a fix for the fix. I never had it lock me out of doing that, though. It's very weird. Okay, so this is... I don't know why it says HDD. It's not the HDD. Delete that if it lets me. Okay, let me do that. My normal one. Don't boot up the game. Fuck. One, two, three. 3, 2, 1. What the heck is bothering me? PS2 Home has a solution to this, but I can't open the site because it's blocked. I think I found a solution. I hope. And this is just like, I'm gonna get the disc so I never have to think about this again. But at this point, it's just, well, I want to fix it for the love of the game. And so I can play a little bit of the game tonight. A little bit more of it, at least. I'm not too fond of using ISOs ripped from the PS3 itself. You might be better off using USB Extreme to get the USB running right. You're not fond of it? Or does it suck? I'm curious, because if you're not fond of it, but it works, then I don't gaff. Twilight Princess died for this? Yeah, and it's fucking based. If it works, but like, you know, if you're not fond of it, then I'll shove the controller at my ass right here and now on stream. Kidding. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Copy. USB. Okay, that's what should have happened earlier. No, it's not gonna take 30 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go piss while that's going. I'll be right back. I really have to piss. Alright, I'm back. I wonder if this song is charted in Clone Hero. It'd be really cool for bass, guitar, and drum. Like, imagine. Especially the bass, like... Are SMT songs on Clone Hero at all? Like this one or any? They really should be. It'd be really cool. I'd play them. I'd do a whole stream out of it. I'm getting an adapter soon. Kingdom Hearts songs on Clone Hero? Oh shit, I think we got a stream idea right there. I'm sure there's somebody who charges somewhere. Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking, is, if it has been. Anybody want to check? At least I could check. I got nothing else better to do. How do you check Clone Hero charts anyways? Where do you get them? Clone Hero, show me what it's like. Here's Battle from Nocturne. Oh, the drums too. In the song. I guess anything from SMT or Kingdom Hearts is what I'm... Oh, they got Battle B2 in Clone Hero. Hold on. I'll describe it because I don't have my capture card hooked up to my other computer. It's the tubular bells are tap notes. Red, blue, yellow, blue, green, red. I don't know why I'm describing this since I was getting a screen share. Yo, D Thigh Palm with the 9 months, thank you. What else do they have on here? Deathmatch from Megami Tensei 2. Whoa, that's a deep cut. Oh, it's a cover that somebody made, is what's charted. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to find as many of these as I can and do them on stream. That'd be fun. Yeah, they got Battle B2, of course. Here's Battle Nocturne. Maybe I'll try charting that Devil Summoner song myself because it seems really simple and like you know, the pattern wouldn't be all that hard to transcribe. Alright, one more minute until we can see if this works. Metroid Prime games? No, I haven't, but my friend Rundis wants me to try them. So it's only a matter of time. Huge list of downloadable ROMs for Clone Hero. Oh shit, thanks, I'll bookmark that. Oh yeah, it's got all the games, naturally. I remember I had a, like... In Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock, like the in-game chart maker where you can make your own like kind of shitty songs. There's a Hollow Bastion one I remember playing when I was like 12. Okay. Alright. That's done going again. That should be fragmented correctly. Guitar Hero War of Iraq. Warriors of Rock. You know, it was made in 2010. When did they take out the guy that crashed into that building or whatever? Was that also 2010 that happened? That'd be pretty fitting. Osam Mana? Is that like a spin-off of Trials of Mana for the PS1? Osama Bin Rockin'. It's pretty good. I should make that a custom character. Alright. Once more. I wonder if it even works if it's fragmented at all. Wait, this is what it was before. I don't think I refreshed this page. I'm not connected to the network, aren't I? Yeah, no, I'm not. OPL even work off of a fragmented ROM at all? What if I told it to not check for if it was fragmented or not? Let me reset this. Why does this say KH2FM 2? I didn't did that a while ago. What's all this then? What is it doing now? That wasn't that loud, is it? Kinda was, actually. No? Okay, good. I Alright, let's see now if that did anything. I wonder if it can be done to redirect where OPL looks for the hard drive, because it by default is looking for a PS2 hard drive. OPL PS2 loader PS3 hard drive disk. Will this hour of troubleshooting work? We'll see.
Howdy, Sham.
Yo, King Sawyer from the Void, thank you for the 52 months. That didn't quite work. What I did to even get that far is I turned off OPL checking for if it was fragmented. And so it probably was like, okay, I will boot up this fragment of the game, but it's missing the slightest bit that makes this game over 4 gigabytes for a FAT32 drive. So it got owned. Sadly. Okay, this is where... Okay, step 1 of the workaround needs another workaround now. Where does PS3 OPL look for a hard drive? Alright, thread on psxplays.com. PS2. What does the KH2 ISO look like on the inside anyways? This could... I feel like my view count has gone up since I started troubleshooting. It's pretty fun. Okay, I have two annoying ideas. And the only reason why the ideas are annoying are because they might work, and they take a bit of work. Idea 1. Set up the Ethernet mode on this so that it can load games from my computer to bypass whatever this is, OPL not being able to like find the hard drive of the PS3 and load from there instead. Idea 2. Slightly modify a KH2FM ISO to fit under 4 gigabytes so I can load it off the USB without it getting pissy that it's fragmented. I'm leaning more... both sound doable, but they sound like the equal amount of work, but it's not that much work, but it might be. Let me take a look at the disc of this game, see if I can't like remove like an FMV if I somehow have access to one, right? Option 2 sounds like more work. The Ethernet one? Or no, the Alright, I'm looking at KH2's ROM, everything that you can see when you open it, right? What is a .irx file? .idx? There are 2 .imgs and actually 3. KH2.image, OVL.image, IOPRP300.image. I don't even think when you open it like this, it shows you... Oh, it does show me all... How is it 3.97 gigabytes, but it doesn't fit on a single flash drive? Maybe it does. But for some reason, when I do this, the PS3 wants... Oh, maybe this is what that guy was saying. Maybe the PS3 is fragmenting this game when it doesn't need to be fragmented. It's under 4 gigabytes. Hold on. Does that PS3 CFW support CHD PS2 files? What the fuck is a CHUD PS2 file? I feel like I've heard of that, but I don't know what that is. No, also this USB is fine. Also, the KH2 ISO that it dropped into this USB is 3.99 gigabytes. Alright. Which, I believe... The one I'm looking at on my computer right here is 3.97. Why does it say it's fragmented? It's not fragmented in either form. It's not fragmented. Why is it saying it's fragmented? Special form of compressed ISO that can be loaded directly in emulators. Bad ISO file, is that even possible? You know, it might be because this was me taking it off the PS3 to save a step. And I created like 3 more issues for myself in the process. Let's try doing what I canceled doing earlier, right? Delete whatever this is off here, right? Now I'm going to put it on myself into this folder. What is the correct size of a KH2FM ISO? Is it 4.228.704 kilobytes or is it 4168012? I think it's the latter, the 4168. Because I have 4 on my computer. 3 of them were the 618 and one of them is in a patch folder and it's 228 and I think that one's modded, but this one, it's in a folder called spare in a KH2FM toolkit, so I think it's legitimate and normal. Yeah, when I was transferring it, I got half away. Maybe the reason, oh shit. Maybe the reason it thought it was fragmented was because it had a 2 in the title. Okay, well, whatever. I'm putting it on the flash drive right now, right? It's transferring successfully onto a FAT32 drive, meaning it didn't reject it on the premise of it being over 4 gigabytes because FAT32 can't do that. So it's working. Let's just be patient and let this sit. It won't take long, 5 minutes. I think we're on the precipice, though, of figuring out if this can be done or not. That being said, the Ethernet method doesn't sound too bad either, because I know how to do that. I have set up my PS3 to have file transfer protocol so that I can open up a FTP program on my computer that's the Ethernet's plugged into, and open up and fuck with the PS3's hard drive and put games on and off of it via a computer directly. That's not hard to do, and that looks like that's what this method is. But I shouldn't have to do that for this. This is more so just a test to see, even if it's slow and fucked up off a USB, if this program can specifically, like on the PS3, handle whatever operations happening under the hood where I go into gummies. Just so, if this happens to somebody in the future, with this exact set of circumstances, they'll know how to fix it if they can't just like have a disk. which I should have, but I will have soon. At this point, it's more so intrigue than anything. Which is one of my favorite things. I can Reddit thread, delete it a year later. No, the mods are gonna delete it. If it's anything like how Reddit normally goes, you know? Ethernet start mode, why are you putting crypto in the PS3? No, that's not Ethereum, that means Ethernet. You fucking zoomer. You zoos. Zoos. This is fun though, I will say. I'm having a lot of fun doing this bullshit. I'm good at this process. I find it intriguing. And it's gonna help like 3 people across like 10 years from now. 3 people are gonna be like, oh, thank God Sham did that. It'll also make for a good storyline for the KH2 video. Yeah, debugging process is fun. I know what kind of brain you have. Dick-shaped brain. It likes fiddling and figuring out. That's me. We're almost somewhere. Once it gets going, then comes the task of making the debugging steps shorter and easier to replicate. Well, in this case, it's just like... The good thing is, there's already a write-up on how to get OPL on a PS3, which I didn't know about. I had wanted to do this... when that KH1 cutscene skip mod got released, that works way more easily on emulator, but can be done on PS2, and it's how they do KH1 cutscene skip speedruns. My first question was, oh, can you do it on PS3? And the people like maintaining it and like, you know, doing KH1, like Saiyans, KH1 speedrun leaderboards and shit that have the instructions on how to do it, they're like, oh, we don't know. But now I found there's a write-up on how to do it on PS3. So this, in the process of doing this, I figured out how to, if I ever want to do KH1 with cutscene skips and like load save states on PS3, I have the method now. So sometimes when you're trying to figure out how to fix something, you learn how to do other things at the same time if you are patient. Okay. 3.97 gigabytes on the flash drive, no problem, FAT32. It's going back in the PS3. Alright, next step. It still says 2FM 2, and I don't know why. Maybe it didn't refresh. I turned back on the thing that it would say if it's like, oh, it's fragmented. I turned that back on. So if for some reason it is, they'll tell me, but it shouldn't be. Cannot run the item. Cannot list SMB shares. What the fuck is an SMB share? I'm not trading on the stock market. Let me reboot this. Super Mario Bros. 3 people said that at the same time. I'm about to swallow this controller and fucking have it pass through my duodenum, you know that? Super Mario Brothers. Now what the fuck is it doing? What's all this then? Oh! Thank you, Human Airstrike, for the 500 bits.
Cheer 100! Cheer 100! Cheer 100! Cheer 100! Cheer 100! What I?
Why? That's funnier. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt here and say it's loading off a USB, so it might take fucking forever. But we're gonna give it a few minutes. What are we doing? It's been a while since I talked about what the fuck is happening right now, so I'll take it from the top. Okay, so this happened to me when I was doing KH2J, 20th anniversary KH2 stream, trying to play it off the ISO installed straight to my PS3's hard drive. Got to the first gummy ship, black screen, kind of like what you're seeing right now, right? And then I was like, okay, well, let me just put in the disc. And then I played the whole rest of the game just fine. I'm playing 2FM right now. I don't have a 2FM disc. It's the only KH2 that I don't own. Somehow, I don't have that workaround. So, I've tried a few different methods for, like, programs that boot the game. All doing the same thing, but they at least play the game. But, like, what I suspect is that there's some kind of, like, engine swap or, like, some thing where the game needs to, like, reinitialize, like, what's in the drive in order to get into the gummies, in and out of the gummies. Or something. Hypothetical. Ow, fucking hell. Hypothetical, right? I don't know if for sure that's what it is, but pretty sure gummies use a different game engine. Square Enix has done that a bunch. What I'm trying to do now is use a program, like a disk program, whatever, that's usually used for the PS2 that I found has a documentation on how to use it on a backwards compatible PS3, like what I have, perfectly backwards compatible. To use the, like, it's the apparatus for loading a game off, like, a custom PS2's hard drive, like a hacked PS2 type deal. I'm trying to use that to boot the game, because maybe that handles this better, because I know people use this for KH2 speedruns on similar PS2s. You wouldn't need an ESR patches ISO, would you? What is that? Engine... Does that mean like engine something reset? For PS2 games, you need to patch to bypass region locking or something? Oh, it's not... Region lock's not a problem on this PS3. That's the reason I jailbroke a PS3 in the first place when I first played. Like Japanese KH1 and 2 vanilla. That's not an issue. And I've been playing 2FM. I was playing 2FM for the first hour of the stream at least. Something. Soft reset? I guess I could. What's annoying is that this might just be working. It's just the USB method for PS2 game that is almost 4 gigabytes entirely might be making this not work. So the fourth string workaround is setting it up so that it plays directly off of Ethernet as a storage device, which is pretty fast. I just have to plug in Ethernet into my PS3 into my computer, set that up, and then maybe. But at this point, I want to find a solution for this. This has become the objective, so that if this ever happens to anybody else, which somebody in here was talking about, how this happened to them off an SD card, I want to know how to do it. The good thing is, this on PS3 can also be used to have KH1 PS2 versions with cutscene skips, because that's a mod that exists, but it needs like a special process that nobody has charted out for PS3. But if you can use this on PS3, you can do it the same way you did on PS2. Use the SD card slot or memstick port. Somebody in here was saying they had the same problem with the SD card slot, which makes sense because it's the same issue. The idea of this being a front end that would work, though, is I guess it's awesome. This is already the crackhead solution. That's where we're at already. Right? So, what does mode 1 mean? What is this? Wait. Accurate reads, synchronous mode, unhook syscalls, skip videos, emulate DVD DL, disable IGR. What's IGR? Unused and unused. Head emulator? ESM. DVD disc loader? I was using MMCE device with an SD card inserted. Okay. I wonder if any of these would work. Emulate DVD DL disc loader? I mean, sure, that sounds good. I just wish I knew if this wasn't working because of the USB. The other thing that would be nice to figure out for using this in general is if I could do it off the fucking hard drive built into the PS3. And that's what this thread is about. But these assholes talk about doing some other stupid shit as a solution instead. This whole thread goes completely off the rails talking about other stupid bullshit. You watch DVDs? Oh, well. Three-page fucking thread. Do they ever get back on topic? Man, fuck. How has nobody talked about this? OPL and PS3 PS3 FAT. PS3 Piracy subreddit. we all gave up after encountering a niche issue like this. I'm trying to break that cycle. Issue, GitHub, PS3 HDD mode. Describe the issue. What does this mean? To run OPL, you need an entry point for running PS2 titles. You can use everything, swap Magic PS2, or the custom firmware, then there's what? There's an official application to make a PS2 HDD image for games requiring it. Creates a virtual HDD on the PS3. The access is locked to a specific whatever. Check out this blue hyperlink to another GitHub issue. Fully backwards. Oh. Fully backwards compatible PS3 support. Oh. Try the what? Oh, this is what's highlighted. Is it what's highlighted? Check out this. If we're talking about full BC PS3, then there is also possibility to use emulated PS2 virtual HDD. The one option should be the fastest. However, PS3 checks SHA of titles that use HDD. To bypass this, the firmware should be modified a bit. The PS2. Oh. This is more effort than hooking up the Ethernet method. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? What does it say about this? This would be cool to have in general. The Wii. This would be great to have for my Wii as well. Using a different computer as the library of games instead of having a flash drive with finite space. That would save a step of the process every time I want to play a new Wii game and vice versa of having to put it on the PS3. I could just plug in the Ethernet that I don't have in a Wii because it doesn't have a fucking Ethernet port natively. Awesome. Oh, okay. All right. Why is the Charlie Kirk Mandarin dub showing up? Okay, whatever. I'll take a look at this Ethernet method. If it's not a pain in the ass to set up, then I'll try doing it on stream. Oh, I didn't realize it's just been sitting here. Reddit thread. There's somebody asking, OPL on PS3, is there any way to get it? Top comment, 3 upvotes. Dude, just run ISOs normally like anything else. I fucking hate Redditors. So much. Get Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix running smoothly in PS2 Open Loader. Enable Mode 6 for stability. Disable PED-MU to avoid audio glitches. Ensure your OPL settings match your storage medium. Oh, something I just found in that very same thread is the idea that you need your game config to be set specifically for this game on PS3. Look at that real quick. Also, somebody asked about this earlier and I glossed over. The issue that I had during like the KH2 French stream or whatever, that was a different issue for a different kind of PS3 that I don't have on this type deal. Game did I even just boot? Whatever it is, it's not letting me hit the home button. I'll give it a minute while I read more of this. Okay, somebody on the PS2 server says no sound effects in KH2FM plus English translation with OPL. He's trying to play it on OPL English translation. No sound effects. The menu works. Can't hear anything else. Latest version padded MU enabled. Enabling mode 256. Doesn't seem to be an issue. Maybe this is what the AI is pulling from as a real solution. Final edit, I've confirmed the issue was pad MU. Disabling it using a real controller fixed all sound issues. I can't even boot it though, that's the thing. Why is my PS3 bricked right now? Hold on. Bricked up PS3. Whoa, hold up. Thread. I get a black screen when I'm trying to get off the gummy ship. Get off? I get a black screen trying to get off the gummy ship. I'm at Hollow Bastion. Trying to go to the next world. With the gummy ship and a door, when I hit the button to land, it gets stuck. I get a black screen with no music in the background. That's my problem. We found a replication of my problem in the thread. The thread ends because they were using an old version of OPL. They updated it, it works. Alright, oh, okay. What does SMB mean? Oh, it means the network. Okay. I don't even know if the issue on why this isn't booting is because of... Wait, why wouldn't this work off a USB? I play Guitar Hero games that are larger than this straight off my USB on a Wii. Why would KH2 have issues on PS3? This is a stronger system. Why would it not work on USB? I played fucking Resident Evil 4 on the Wii off a USB. There's no problem. Is there a difference? That's not on. Good. What does IGR mean? Does anybody know? Let me Google it. IGR PS2. IGR PS2. In-game reset? Oh, soft reset? Why can't it load the game ID? I'm hitting load from disk, it can't load it. What's up with that? I'm not even trying to slow down the load times anymore. That's a different thing. I'm just trying to use a different program that might be able to handle the KH2 gummy situation better. But we're off that topic, that was a while ago. We're on a new thing now. I'm trying to use a different front end. In fact, let me actually double check this is what people even use for this. I wonder if people even use OPL on a PS2 to have this game installed. Resources, KH2FM Mix. Maybe everybody just places off disc on PS2. Let's see. Yeah, it's crashing on gummy missions. I had this problem with KH2J a few months ago. But the solution was I had the disc. I don't have a 2FM disc. And the other solution would be taking the save file off there, putting it on here, doing the gummy on the emulator, putting it back on there. I don't care about that. That's not what we're trying to do. I want to see if I can find a solution for this for future people that have this issue, and myself. But I'm going to get a disc anyways for next stream. Because I really should have that if I'm doing this video anyways. I didn't even think about it being a factor here. But having, like, console accurate load times, that's part of the pie. You know, I just want to see if during the duration of the stream I can get it working just for future people, you know. I wonder if it could also be a matter of kind of a OPL on PS3 specific problem that I haven't factored in or tried to do anything with is like the config, but I think that's what I was changing just there. What is the game ID of this game? Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Don't thank me yet. You know why the gummy in particular makes it crash? So the idea right now is I think the game switches to a special engine specifically for gummy missions, and the PS3 with the game installed digitally, because that was never a thing for this game until the PS4 collection, having this game installed digitally ever. Not even on PS3. The idea is, without the disc being in, using these like PS3 custom firmware bullshits to digitally mount the game. The idea is that they can't handle the game switching engines, and it freezes. That's the idea. I don't know if that's 100% accurate to what's happening under the hood right now, but either way, I had this issue before on the Japanese version of KH2 Vanilla, and the solution was put in the disc and it worked fine. So it adds up. I just don't have 2FM, or else I'd be playing the damn game right now. I don't have 2FM disc. Webcam freaking out. Webcam or the camera on the thing? It doesn't... I need to refocus it, because the interlacing is bouncing when the screen is white. I'll deal with that in between streams. Don't worry about it. It looks worse at different resolutions. I'll, you know. But I have a few more things I want to try before I call it wraps for tonight. But the good news is, I know that this OPL works on PS3, so I could figure out how to get KH1 cutscene skip on here too, one of these days. So that I could do like KH1J speedruns, which would be really fun. That version's busted. Some preliminary research seems to indicate it's a common bug on the loader you use and it's a compatibility issue. Well, gee. Thanks. I've been doing some preliminary research too on my fucking system. And I found the same solution. I've been met with the same conclusion. Now what I'm curious about though, see, like when I hit the game ID load from disk, just for like the basic ID of the game, it can't even manage that. There's a test button? What the fuck does that mean? Test? That's interesting. What does it do? It just, like, froze this menu. It's gonna, like, tell me, like, oh. What do you mean, test? Oh, I have another thing I can Google, potentially. OPL loader can't get game ID from disk. What does that mean? What'd that mean? Why would I even need to enter the ID? What is what's the benefit? I guess I could try OPL Manager. It renames your ISO files to the strict naming format required by OPL? What? There's a strict naming format required by OPL? Are you fucking kidding? Okay, well I guess I'll download this. Strict naming format. Google AI, you better not be fucking shitting me or else... Well, I mean, it'd be nice to know that, but holy shit. OPL Manager. Don't tell me I have to update .NET right now. Do not tell me I have to update .NET framework to run this application. Don't not fucking tell me that right now, Windows. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. .NET. Why is this something that needs to be done manually by the user? Holy shit. It didn't even open the fuck... .NET Core version 6.0, 32-bit, 64-bit. Oh, there it is. Okay. You good? We're getting there. Now, I know it's dire when even I'm starting to lose my patience. I have a lot of patience for these things. But when you get to the 5th stack and beyond of, you gotta do this to do this to do this to do this, that's when it starts to get to even me. Okay, the program is open. Okay. OPL. Folder. Folder created. Okay, now let me put the 2FM in there. Coding-based insanity. Yeah, you know, it would be very interesting if I were to take this quote-unquote skill set, this emotional skill set of mine, at least into the process of trying to use and do things with the computer. I'm trying to do computer, you know, to that level. But I wonder if that would end up being my 13th reason. So maybe I shouldn't. You know, the shit I do with computer is already complicated enough sometimes. But who knows? I wonder if it would even load the Ethernet option. Well, you know, I'm starting to think that I need to actually, like, foreplay this fucking... I need to perform foreplay on this KH2 ROM for it to work in OPL. So now I have the program that lets me do that. Because... Have you guys... Okay, deep cut question, but somebody has to have an answer. Have you ever played a PS2 game on a PS3 off of a SD card or a USB? It's fine, right? Because that's what I do on the Wii. I've always assumed that it would be dog shit on a PS3 for a PS2 game for some reason. I've done it with PS1 games, though. Why would it be bad? So I want to successfully boot KH2 off a USB using this specific program. Right? Because now I'm under the impression that it's fine, at least just for testing it. Because it works surprisingly well. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for telling me. I should not. It's streaming DDS2? Yeah, good one. Easy. Okay, I put that file in the file. Right. Let me run the program again. OPL Manager, newest version, EXE. On PS2, one of the loading methods involves a memory card slot, which is fast enough. Whoa. One invalid file? Why is my KH2 ROM invalid? What? Error using incorrect naming format. Title change? Okay, it may have been as simple as that. It'd be really cool if this program wasn't scaling wrong. But it looks fine. Okay, well, it's been renamed correctly, so maybe it'll work on the fucking PS3 now. Once I put it back on the damn flash drive. Or maybe I can skip having to take it on and off the flash drive. I just copy the name over. Okay, yeah, I got the correct naming. SLPM underscore 666.75 Kingdom Hearts Fountain Tube. Alright, I got the name, but I won't have to spend 8 minutes putting it back on the USB, which is nice. Because I have the name, it's right here. Alright. Let's see if it just being named correctly makes a difference. Is my PS3 still underclocked? I don't think so. I'll just double check while I'm here. Oh, we're good. Alright, let's see. Takes a bit to load. There we go. Hey, look. I should see something by now, right? It should be working by now. Unless it's just USB slow initially. I think I should see something by now. What's the plan? No, I've done this a number of times. If it works surprisingly well, it should be working. USB, PS2. We're going backwards. Are we going backwards? I don't think we're going backwards. I guess my PS3 is in a state though where I can't use the fucking PS button, which is interesting. What does that mean? What'd that mean? I wonder if I can also, if my PS3 were like actually hooked up to the internet, I could press the button that says, yeah, download the default config for the, where it is backwards at this point? Good question. This loader isn't even meant for this system. Game's been unplayable all night. It's been playable. I played through all of Roxas World and up to the first Gummy ship, but this is a problem with the PS3. Specifically a hacked PS3 where you're running the game off hardware. I had this issue when I was trying to play KH2J on the 20th anniversary. I solved the issue for the rest of the night by putting in the disc. I don't have a 2FM disc, which I'm about to buy. I'm gonna buy one in general because I should own that, but I've just been curious on if it can be solved so that for all 3 people in the future that have the same issue, they'll know what to do. But that's where we're at right now, because my dumbass decided not to get a PS2 for PS2 games. Had to hard reset the PS3 off that. This reminds me a lot of the time that one of my IRL friends popped a Vyvanse and decided to fully like dismantle one of his fat PS3s to see if he could get it working again. It was like a 6-hour process of taking it taking it all out, putting it all back together, just to find out it didn't work. Like after all, like nothing could be done. However, if you think about it, he learned how to dismantle a PS3 using a non-functional one. It's always worth it if you have a good attitude. For some reason, I feel the Vyvanse didn't help. You didn't spell it correctly, so I know you don't know what you're talking about. Glass half full. I prefer to fill the glass and make it not... I prefer to fill the glass so it's full when I'm in that dilemma. What's stopping you from just putting some more water in there? You know? Hot mid-LARP. Bro's a LARPing ADHD medication? That's a funny thing to do. Actually, no, misspelling it is like the most accurate thing you could do. It's not LARP. I take it over Addy. Oh, it's there's Adderall instant release. It lasts like 4 to 6 hours, and then it like out your bloodstream. There's XR, which half of it is instant, the other half is coated, so it dissolves when the first half expires. And then Vyvanse is like it's not even Adderall until your body synthesizes it, and it lasts even longer. That's what the difference is. And it lasts even longer. I've never tried it though. Taking a look at that program again to see if there's anything I missed in there that might help. Edit config. Okay, well, let me set this program to not fucking do Windows scaling because it's really pissing me off the way that it's looking right now on my computer. Compatibility. Change high DPI settings. Override scaling performed by application. Please and thank you. Still. Why does it look like this? Why is this program like this? There we go. It looks fucking normal now. I can actually read the damn program. Okay. Edit config. Now, is there a button where it just pulls from, like, the internet says? Compatible device USB. Device all. Save changes. Let me Google this. KH2 Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix OPL config. Okay. At least, saving grace of this whole thing is that Kingdom Hearts 2 is like the most common fucking PS2 game that people have to like Google or ask about on forums. All I had to do is change DMA mode to MDMA 0. What? Oh, I have that. That is an option here. It also said disable IGR. Whatever that means. Okay. Maybe I can do that from in-game, where I'm at right now. In this config. DMA mode? No values? What do you mean no values? Okay, hold on. Oh my fucking god, I need to stop bumping my microphone, holy shit. I'm getting mad at myself. That's why I put it on this angle anyways. Okay. Okay, here's the config file in text form. Windows Explorer decided to crash. Nice. Alright, here's the config file. Put that in the USB. I think this might be the last shot that is worth trying on here before calling it wraps. Because if this doesn't work, then it could be something about running it on USB. Lol. But anything else beyond this might be more effort than I gaff, for now at least. Let me just take a look. There's also a file format called ZSO that something said is better for slower loading devices. Perfect song to play in this moment. Alright, well, let's give it a shot. Double check before I plug it back in. I'm just making sure that when I unplugged and plugged in the USB without restarting this program, that it actually is registering the new config that I put in here on the computer. I don't know why DMA mode is still no values. I assigned values. I just assigned values. Why does it say no values? I can't even assign values. Let me put in the fucking values! Is it Devil Summoner? Yes. Like the first dungeon. Like put in damn values! put him in the Fuck it. I want to say thank you all for watching this deep into the whatever this is. I'm learning it quite a bit. And I have a new tool for the PS3 if it's ever pertinent. I just don't know why this isn't working. Even the config that I put in, maybe I should have restarted the OPL before trying that. Because I could have just said fuck it when I realized, like, oh, I should get a disc anyways. I could have just been playing Guitar Hero for like 3 hours, right? But I find this just as fun because I'm fucked up in the head. But no, it would genuinely be cool. Does the CFW let you swap from hardware to software MU and Cobra tools? Defeats the purpose. It'd be interesting if it worked. Does that exist on, I'm on an A model PS3. I don't even think I have software emulation on here as an option. I've got PS2 hardware in, like, literally in there. Is that a thing that you can do even if you have that? I guess you could. Maybe. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna check that out because that would be fucking awesome. To have figured out this late into the stream at least. It's like one of those TikTok streams where, like, you come across it when you're scrolling, right? If you use that fuck-ass app. And it's like, for example, they're setting up like a whole thing of like dominoes to knock over, but they never finish setting up the dominoes. Like, they're like 2 dominoes away for 2 hours. This is exactly like that sort of thing. Work by now. I'm not gonna wait. The fucking OPL, it's not even registering the new config. Maybe I put it in the wrong spot? No, it's literally a folder called config for configs. Maybe it didn't save or got overwritten when I put it back in. Try that again. Windows Explorer just crashed. I have this stupid ass program called Windhawk, right? And it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, it's like a Windows mod and customization, so you can have like the special Windows taskbar settings. It fucking crashes. It's kind of a lesson in, like, if you're creative with computers, you need to be creative in making sure that things are 100% reliable more than any creative, silly idea, right? Crash out streams? I'm not crashing out. I found a compatibility PS2 homebrew spread of this game. Media, DVD 5, image format, HDL and ISO, loader OPL 1.0, device HDD. Required modes none, VMC yes, IGR yes, pad MU yes, GSM yes. Compatible working. Second row, DVD 5, image format UL, loader 1.10, BDM3 and Beta 1875. Device MX4 SIO. Required modes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. VMC no, IGR no, pad EMU no, GSM no. Compatible. Impossible to play. Impossible spelled with one S. That's by the same person. Impossible to play. But that's not what I'm using, I don't think. Weird. I feel like this loader is like a whole another bag of worms, especially trying to use it on PS3, right? Tried using another ISO. I'm not gonna do that. I know that this ISO is solid. I know it's not a bad dump. I've used it on a million other things, and I'm pretty sure it's the same ISO that I was playing on earlier that I have on the PS3. I know it's solid. I've used it for a bunch of other things. This could just be a specific result out of trying to use a program that's meant for the PS2, but I'm using it on PS3 that has the PS2 inside of it, but there are probably some other bag of worms in there. You know? At least I didn't go out of my way to set up the Ethernet method. I'm trying to think if I have any other angle of going at this. KH2FM I'm using the newest EvilNat. But I don't think that it matters, because this is a overarching PS3 issue when you're trying to play this game with it installed to the hard drive instead of a disc. I feel like it's an inherent problem with the way that these loaders work for the PS3, and trying to use the PS2 loader on the PS3, even when it's fully compatible like this, is just like a whole nother can of worms. That's with the Cobra settings. That I haven't done. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot about that. Somebody said, like, what if you put it in software emulating mode? How do I do that? Can I even do that on an A model? How do you do that? Toggle PS2 emulator and Cobra tools. I think I have seen where that setting is. I don't know if it's on the front XMB, but it might be in multi-man. What mode am I in? Am I even in Cobra? External Cobra disabled? What does that mean? I don't know really how to interpret these. CEX Cobra. External Cobra disabled? What does that mean? What does it mean for me? Isn't there like a rebug toolkit? Go into multi-man. Take a look. What's going on? I've been trying to figure that out myself. I'm trying to solve a very niche but age-old issue with trying to play any version of Kingdom Hearts 2, even on a fully backwards compatible PS3, if you have it installed digitally via like jailbreak stuff. Gummy ships don't work and stop your progress. Can you disable Cobra? Is that what I want to do? Deep Steve said something about using this to set it to software emulation mode for PS2, and I want to see if that would somehow solve the issue. Because no, every other time I've played this, it's been on disc, except for the one time I played KH2J digitally, had the same problem. Popped in the disc, no problem. I want to see if doing that might do it. I just don't know how do you do that? Press whatever that button is real quick. I think I've seen the toggle PS2 emulator option. Maybe on a different PS3 though. What the fuck is Cobra Tools? Not sure if you can force PS2 emulation on an A model. You can try disabling it altogether and see how it works. What is Cobra? Can we start from the start? Start from the top. What is Cobra exactly? And why does doing that factor in here? You run the emulator and see if this proves unfixable. Well, then I would have to like take the save data off the PS3, convert it to the emulator, do that, put it back on. I would rather just get the 2FM disc for next and all future sessions, because I should have that anyways for PS2 accuracy for making this video. But this is just more about intrigue to see if I can find a solution to tell other people about whenever they have this issue. At this point. Or I know what the setting is too, the one where it's like, yeah, the PS2 emulator. On this PS3 though. See. Oh, I haven't even, there's a whole set of settings that I haven't looked at in the XMB. Let me check that out real quick. Almost out of ideas, but there's some things I keep remembering. Bragging rights? A little bit. I'd like to be able to tell people what to do in this extremely niche situation, and also have it be part of my video. Settings I was looking for aren't there. Play flags disabled. Play flags enabled. That gives me more settings. Might be pertinent here. They show up here, right? What I want here. What does turning off Cobra do? What does Cobra have anything to do with this system in general? Nobody, everybody, it's just Cobra. Cobra. What the fuck is it? Doesn't happen on an emulator. Oh no, it wouldn't happen on a disc either. Or else there would be a lot more knowledge about what this is and what's happening. And those menu tabs. It's pretty satisfying, isn't it? Don't you think? Might not even want to disable it. You might not even be able to. Yeah, I don't think that I just remember a setting that somebody asked me to fuck with. It was literally a setting that says toggle PS2 emulation. Supposed to be for mounting the ISO. Wait a minute. Isn't that the problem all along? Is the way that, you know, you mount the ISO digitally, it's in the disk drive, but the game can't handle switching engines as we think. The gummy? Is there a different method? Is there a different method of mounting the ISO that is, like, maybe Cobra is what's fucking it up? Okay, well, wasn't it just a theory? It's a game theory, but do you have any better idea right now? Using Multiman? Yes. I've done it via Multiman, I've done it with Mana Guns, whatever that is, I've done it with Webman. All three have the same thing, they can play the game, but they black screen on the gummy. OPL doesn't fucking work at all, and I am done trying to figure that out. Fuck? Oh, is that supposed to be the solution? Oh. External Cobra, let's try that. I guess that would be if there was some, if it was on a USB. Oh. Yeah, if we can't figure this out, I'm gonna boot up Guitar Hero System of it down for like 30 minutes to get it out of my system, so that I don't end stream with this still in my brain. That seems like the strat. But I'm just like looking around just to like get an idea. House MD, right? Let's see if you CFW version. Pretty sure I'm on like the newest, or what was the newest not too long ago of there you go. Whatever that means. Look at how big my hard drive is, by the way. 713 gigabytes of free space. 1 terabyte SSD in this fucking thing, right? All for me to not be able to play KH2FM when it's installed on the thing. Toggle is supposed to be in the Cobra menu, but maybe it isn't there because of your model. That sounds like it would be right, like... Though I don't see why even an A model PS3 wouldn't have the ability to do a software emulation of a game, because it's software. Software can be updated, you know? That being said, I know what you mean about it being here, and it's not here. EvilNet? Yes, newest EvilNet. More or less. I don't know if they've updated it since. 4.92? Yeah, EvilNet 4.92. Or something. PS2 emu's Cobra downloads the latest update of PS1/PS2 emulators Cobra? Hold on, let me get this shit on... Let me try and connect this to the internet. You know, I think I also remember, like, something I had an issue with when I updated to the newest EvilNet is that, like, internet connection stopped working by all methods. But let me... I'm just going to this screen so I can fuck with the internet, see if I can't get it connected over Wi-Fi just so I can press whatever that button is. I like the side part. Thank you. You know, this will be connected on Ethernet if I... Hold on. I have this annoying ass Ethernet situation in this room, right, where I have one Ethernet that comes in here, gets split 4 ways. I just plugged in my PS5 and unplugged the Ethernet that goes to that computer that has an Ethernet that goes to the PS3. As if that wasn't complicated enough. Well, let me plug that in real quick. And see if just doing that gets this PS3 back on the internet so I can press whatever that button is. Wait, no, unplug. Hopefully I don't disconnect my computer's Ethernet and go offline for like... Dude, why is he still alive? What's up, coupled? Why are you on YouTube? I'm still trying to figure this out. I don't know. I've been learning a lot. Okay, so this is what's annoying. I should have internet off this Ethernet, but I fucking don't because at the time at least the newest jailbreak update caused that error. This is the 6th layer of debuffs of you gotta do this to fix that, to fix that, to fix that. This is layer 6. I don't even know if this is a solution for anything. (807-10-102). Don't say I have to make my bed. Enjoy. What's going in bed? Okay, well, my advice for all people having a similar problem trying to play fucking Kingdom Hearts 2, any version on PS3 digitally on a CFW, just get the damn disc. Because as far as I can tell, it can't be done. We're gonna play Guitar Hero System of a Down for like 15 minutes. Just so I can get my brain off this topic, because the whole reason we're still here is out of stubbornness. That being said, I'll come back next time with the 2FM disc so that it's PS2 accurate fully and it fucking works. But, there you go. Solution, don't. Or get a PS2. It's the reason why this is such a niche topic is people that are trying to play it on PS2 will typically have a PS2 for it anyways. We upload as part 2 of the VOD. What do you mean part 2? This is the VOD. This is the stream. Think I'm gonna do that? Play it on emulator? Fuck no. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna get the disc. Oh, I mean, just in general. Yeah, not advice for me, but yeah. Okay, give me like 2 seconds. Yeah, I think because I have an A model and hardware emulation is not a thing, or software emulation is not a thing because it's hardware, I don't have that option. I have seen that option before though on a different PS3 that has that. Anyways. Let's get this energy out of our systems. And by our, I mean mine. Oops, hold on. But that is the end of the recording for the, people that still might be somehow watching this VOD for KH2, but you know, see ya.